Ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? Today is the first FOMC for the new Fed chair. Should be a pretty exciting day ahead, and we are going to be at it for a while because FOMC is in approximately 6 hours from now. So yes, it's going to be a jam-packed live stream. It's going to be a long live stream. And we're going to look for some opportunities in the market to try to take advantage of this volatility. Hello from Belgium. Greetings. Hello. Hello. How are you, legend? When long? We'll talk about it. Love from India. Hi, Matt. Hello. Hello, everyone. Good morning, Matt. Hello, King K. Smash the like button. You got that right. Let's absolutely destroy that like button. Let's see if we can get to 100 likes immediately. Let's see if we can do that. We already have 100 people watching. It's going to be a very, very big day for the crypto markets. Hello from Florida. Hello, Greg Blunt. From Thailand, long time 102. Nice to see you. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, Bear. From Vienna, Austria. I actually lived in Vienna for about 2.5 months a few years ago. It was lovely. Hello from the UK, from Italy, from Manchester. Lovely. Today will be an interesting day. Absolutely. Absolutely. Smash the like button. Yes, sir. From Nepal. Let's go, guys. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. I think we're going to have a very, very good live stream today. It's going to be a great one. Good morning from USA. Hello from Greece. Nice to have you here, George. Hello, everyone. Big day today. Happier early today, legend. Like destroyed. Yep, we're going to be at it for a while. It's going to be a big one today. When Lambo, says Rick Ty. When Lambo. Well, the shorts are printing. The shorts are printing. We have been pretty chill in this market. I'm quite selective of the positions I take. And right now I'm currently in 4 trades. One, I still have my big Bitcoin short, which, as you know by now, is still up around $600,000. I'm sitting on that position for a while. 2, I have a Tau position, which was shared within my community. So far, I've secured around $15,000 on this trade, and I took this trade I took this trade 2 days ago, and it was in my community that I shared it. Looked like a nice entry, and so far it is proving to be a great entry. Then, something that all of you guys will be interested in, if you tuned into my Friday live stream last week, SpaceX had a very, very nice move to the upside, all the way up to 227. So we'll talk about this today as well, how it can impact the market, how liquidity flows into SpaceX. But the thesis for this trade has been that we will see upside initially, and then we will probably drop significantly lower afterwards. So now, took some profits on this trade, stop losses at break even, no stress in the world, And that last fourth trade is still another Bitcoin short where I am considering to add to my existing position. All trades in green, all trades are looking good. We're going to have a great day today. And guys, before we continue, if you haven't already, one, I would recommend that you join my group. It's where I share all of my trades and my overall market analysis for free. You just need to DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, because over the course of this live stream, if I do decide to take a brand new trade, if I add to my position, of course you'll see it on the live stream, but I always share it within my group first. It's free, trade with your own money. You can join using this link, and we have all of the exchanges down below that I personally use. Why don't you consider to long beat rave when it pumped? Umar Boss, because those are shit coins. I don't pay attention to shit coins in this market. It's not worth it. It's not worth it for me. What's your FOMC playbook? What is your playbook? My playbook is to hold my existing positions and see how the price action develops. There is no rushing into positions during FOMC. It is a highly volatile period, particularly if we zoom into the lower time frames, right? So the lower time frames are, you're going to see a lot of spikes back and forth. I'm going to wait and see what the market gives me. It's a great day, guys. It's a great day. It's sunny here in Dubai. Had a great chest and shoulder session at the gym. I feel awake. I'm caffeinated. I have my 3 liters, 3.5 liters of water right here. I have some caffeine in the back when it's time to start reloading, and we will be at it all day. Dennis Tennis, hope this day will be good. It will be a good one. It's always a good one. It is always a good day. Matt, you're a champ. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. You're a champ as well. Hey, yo, Matt, what's for lunch? I forgot to mention, speaking of a great day, I had an absolutely massive breakfast. Tons of eggs, some veggies in my eggs, and I had some toast with butter and honey. Oof, it was good. It was good. I'm fueled. I am fueled. Spain is not performing at the World Cup. Man? I know. France are, though. My top picks were France and Spain. I know it's not a contrarian pick, but it was very nice to see France absolutely light it up in the second half of that game. Mbappe proving his class. But then we have Holland scoring 2 goals, and then we have Messi still at it at 38 years old, scoring a hat trick. Unbelievable. I think we're in for a great tournament. Now there's just one more guy that needs to get at least a brace or a hat trick. And you know who I'm talking about. Ronaldo. Let's see if he can step up with those other players that I just mentioned. Yeah, unfortunately, Spain will struggle if they don't have a fit Lamine Yamal, because he provides that kind of penetration. Guys, you don't want me talking about football because we're not even going to look at the charts. I could talk about football all day long. We will be here for 24 hours talking about football. Let's take a look at the price action. What did we get recently? As we see that more people are starting to tune into the stream, we're sitting at around 250 viewers. And more recently, Bitcoin got a little bit of a move to the upside, tapping into a critical level that we've highlighted on the channel. We have this zone over here that was always going to act as potential resistance for Bitcoin. And the reason why is because it's the point of control of this entire range. So you can see that we had a drop to below the 200-week moving average. We swept up the low that we established at the beginning of the year, and then we were off to the races. And this is a pretty decent move. From the low to the high here, that's a 14% rally for Bitcoin. However, if you've been tuning into my channel, you know that I'm still expecting lower over the course of this year. The amount of people that have turned very bearish at $60,000 that have now turned bullish is insane to see. And I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not complaining because these are the kind of people that we compete against when we're trading. And as you know, in terms of competing, this competition is over, and we came first in the Bluffin' War of Whales competition. I know I've mentioned it before, but there's thousands of teams, over 3,000 teams. We came number 1 first, and we came number 10, I believe, in terms of profitability, which is insane considering how small the channel really is. We have less than 20,000 subscribers, so it's been a very, very good run. Guys, there's going to be more competitions like this in the future. If you haven't already, and you want to partake in these competitions and take advantage of the prizes that we can get as a community, remember you have that first link and that second link in the description down below where you get 25% off your trading fees and you get an exclusive $500 bonus on Bluffin'. This is for the 25% off fees is for new people that want to join Bluffin', and the $500 bonus is for existing and new people. So if you're already trading with me, you can take advantage of this bonus. First come, first serve. So right now, Bitcoin got that rally that we just talked about, and we got rejected right around the point of control. Then we got acceptance back below the value area low. So far, we're seeing some weak-ish price action. And the reason I say this is because best case scenario for Bitcoin, you want to see volume increasing if this is going to be a sustained rally. And it's simply not the case. The volume has been decreasing on this move up, suggesting so far at least, of course this can change, that the rally is relatively weak. And that's why I've entered these positions in the market. Big Bitcoin short, up multiple 6 figures. I entered a Tau position a couple days ago in my community. We're currently sitting in unrealized profits of around $40,000 and realized profits of just under 15K. I shaved a little bit because I would regret not taking some profits if we did get another spike. But for now, all is well, and I'm still holding on to SpaceX as well. So gaining acceptance back below this wick at around $64,700 is not a good scenario for Bitcoin. This 4-hour candle just closed, not a pretty one. I think we're going to get a lot of local volatility. Something else to discuss is the fact that in FOMCs, whatever price action we've seen before the FOMC tends to get reversed. If we dump into FOMC, we tend to get some kind of pump later after FOMC. It doesn't have to happen immediately, but it can happen a few days, right? A few days down the line. 1 second. Let me just go through some comments quickly. Good morning from Brazil, Christopher, my man. Yeah, guys, I mean, I'm so fed up. I'm so fed up with this war. Like, I genuinely couldn't care less about what Trump has to say regarding this war. It's just, at the end of the day, he has supposedly won this war 84 times. How many times can you win a war? And this isn't me bashing Trump or sharing any political views, because I just care about the charts, right? I genuinely just care about the charts, and I care about making money in this market. Regardless of what you think about each respective leader from each country. But I think that we could be seeing a potential local top in the market when the deal is actually fully confirmed. I don't know if it'll drag on or not, but even when we had these war escalations, price was climbing. For the most part, price was climbing. So these things get priced in advance. And so that's why I think we saw a rally. But realistically, I'm not one to pay attention to the news. I am not one to pay attention to the news. I talk about it because I know that some of you guys like when I talk about it. So I was saying with FOMC, if we pump into FOMC, I would be expecting a dump afterwards. And largely, from those lows there, we have been pumping into FOMC since the beginning of June. So this is going to be an interesting one to consider. Greg Blunt, you ever need editors for your channel? Nah, my man, I don't. But thank you if you're offering. You wouldn't believe the amount of people that reach out in the DMs and offer these services. Guys, you have to remember my background is in social media marketing, right? So I actually had a business where I was editing other people's videos and things like that as well. So I appreciate the offers, but no, it is not necessary for now, particularly with the live streams. One thing though that I want to start experimenting with, just keeping it transparent with you guys, I want to grow the brand and I want to see how big we can grow this brand and this trading community. And one of the ways to do that is by getting clippers to post short form content. So taking the best parts of your long live streams and creating viral moments out of it. So that's something that I've been exploring because it could be a very almost automatic way to have some of you guys produce shorter form content about myself, getting those pieces of content to go viral, and then we can basically pay per view kind of thing, pay per real views. I know there's ways to get fake views on the internet, but for the most part, I think it could be an interesting idea where I have like a bucket, like a prize pool, and whoever creates the most viral videos can get paid from that prize pool, just as like a little bit of extra income for community members that are interested in it. But anyways, it's something that I'm definitely exploring. Hi, Matt. Hope you're doing great. Roth Trader, I hope you're doing great, my man. What's up, Mohammed Khalaf, my man. My man is here. Mohammed Khalaf is here. We gotta wait for the usual. Tom Bush. Tom Bush says, I see Walsh talking a lot about measuring the market differently. I think the interest rate will surprise everyone and potentially pump the market. I think the market has priced in. I don't know. That's a good guess. Umar Boss, my man. We're talking about crypto. We're talking about rate hikes. We're not talking about a marriage of love or an arranged marriage. Some of you guys have some interesting things. Good afternoon, Kurt de Groot. Greetings from Belgium. Lovely. Greg Blunt, say less, King. Say less. Macau, remember when I mentioned that we are more likely to dump from the point of control and anchored VWAP resistance? Here we are. That is true. Here we are. We have seen a little bit of a move to the downside, right? I am in 4 active positions, and I'm looking to enter new positions in this market. Right at the point of control, we got that rejection. We popped above, grabbed a little bit of upside liquidity, and taking a look at today, a lot of people have jumped into shorts. So what I'm going to look for is if we get a squeeze up, I may look to add to my short. So we liquidate some of those shorts, then I go short. If we get a push down, I'm still looking for a potential long in this market, because the only long that I'm currently in is a SpaceX long. And all the stocks, cryptos, precious metals, whatever you want, you can trade using the exchanges in the description down below. Bluffin is my go-to, but I also have Weeks as an alternative option, which I personally use a lot as well. So let's see what we get out of this. Hopefully we get a live trade today as well. The last time we took a live trade was actually on the Friday with the SpaceX. But as you know, guys, I am mainly a swing trader. And so as a swing trader, I am pretty damn patient with my positions in this market. Ranier Fuente, what did I miss? Are we going to go again for a long stream? Well, I'll let you guys do the math. Do you think we're going to go for a long stream today, considering the fact that FOMC is at 10 p.m. my time? Do you know what time it is here? I don't have any studio lights on. It's 4. So I hope that gives you your answer if we're going to do a long stream today. Bro, very, very patient. Crazy patient. Yes, sir. Let's go, Fettuccine. Let's go. 6 hours away. Correct, Yahi Music. What's the record? What is the record live stream? Does anyone know? Does anyone know? What is the record live stream? Man, you will need a lot of Red Bulls today. I'll be good. I had a great sleep. I had a great workout. I'm fueled with healthy food. I'm caffeinated. Like, I'm an animal, guys. I'm an animal. Mohammed Khalaf says 28 hours. No, the longest that we've ever done on the channel was 7 hours and 46 minutes. That's obscene. That would mean that I'm going to bed past midnight. Let's see. Let's see what we can do today. Matt, are you a part of the Mind Pillar team? You work with Devolt at all? I'm a member of his community, but keeping an eye on your content. Of course, guys. We've mentioned this on the channel before. So I work. Well, look at my channel banner, guys. Look, powered by Mind Pillar. So I work very, very closely with them. If it wasn't for my own brand, I would have probably just been working just under the Mind Pillar channel collectively. But I'm happy with what we're building here. And the reason why I am not directly with them is because our trading styles are pretty different. I like to enter pretty big swings in the market, and I'm pretty content with how I've been trading the market over the past few years. So yeah, but we work together. We're building this tool together. Someone was asking about, am I not using the CoinGlass one? We're building out these tools ourselves. And yeah, so most of my analysis, sooner rather than later, is going to be mainly on MindPillar because we're working very, very hard to build this together to give you guys great tools to access. So volume decreasing on this move. Some of you guys like to look at the RSI. I'm not a big RSI guy, but it's okay. We can talk about it. What you'll notice is, look at the RSI. Check it out. We are pretty high up there on the daily. And that was right around the point of control top. So if this comes down, don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Yeah, Jay Beers, 100%. I saw you in DevVault's live stream yesterday, actually. Yeah, we do have very different trading styles, but every single time that I talk with DevVault and Andy, I want to say 98% of the time, we end up looking at the same levels and the same potential entries for trades. So our analysis tends to be the same, even though we're looking at a couple of different metrics and we have different overall strategies. So it's nice, definitely nice. Happy to have you live. Yeah, so the live streams, my friends, we're gonna keep them up. I may be in Canada for a good period of the summer, and I will keep the same schedule. I like doing the long live streams. I like spending time with you guys. And I think that regardless of if you're bullish or bearish here, I think that we have another few months of bear market, potential relief rallies, drops further, but we're getting very close, very, very close to the end. So if you've been tuning into the channel from bull market to now, or you just started in the bear market because you've been seeing the shorts that I've been taking, it's almost time, guys. It's almost time to start pivoting that view of the markets. And as a swing trader, my bias will eventually, and it might be hard to believe because some of you know me as a bear, which nothing wrong with that. In a bear market, I am a bear. It will be time to pivot my stance to start looking for swing longs in the markets. So much like I've been saying, on every relief rally, I have been adding to my short position, taking profits on the way down. Soon, there will come a time where on dumps, I am only looking for swing longs in this market. And then the shorts that I take, way less capital. So that's been my strategy this bear market. Shorts, I've been taking with pretty big size, and any longs, I've been very, very cautious. The opposite will be true once I believe that we've confirmed into those bear market lows. It's going to be very difficult to catch the perfect bottom, but I just want to let you know, and I want you guys to mentally be prepared about the fact that I will be, just as I've been an unbearable bear, I will be an unbearable bull. So it should be fun. I'm looking forward to getting into a state of being more bullish, but not yet, guys, not yet. Have you ever held a trade through the entire bull market, start from bear market? A leverage trade, if you're talking about a massive leveraged long trade from the bear market lows to the bull market tops, no. I have not personally successfully managed to do that. If you're talking about buying the bear market bottoms, yes. But this time around, we're gonna try it. Just like I've been shorting from near the bull market top, I will do the same. I will do the same. Darren Mitchell, my man. Is Zcash a shitcoin? It is not an absolute shitcoin, but I still think that there could be some more drawdown. For sure. For sure. Gold's kind of stalling out here after sweeping those lows that we discussed. Hype. Woof. Hoi hoi. Actually, here's a question, Matt. Do you like to use MACD or momentum trading in general? No, not really. I hardly look at that, guys. Hardly. What do you think about World Liberty Finance? I was thinking to short it. Guys, when you look to short coins, it's very important, and this is not financial advice. Please remember that nothing we discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. But when you're looking to short shitcoins, you don't want to short them near a potential bottom, because at the end of the day, they are shitcoins, right? And what is the ticker for World Liberty Finance? Is it this? I'm tripping. What is it? I haven't looked at this coin in a while, but I know for a fact it's already down significantly. World Liberty. WLFI. So to answer you, the answer is no. Because look, guys, look at the weekly. Look at the weekly. You're not gonna catch me telling you to short this. It's not smart. It's not a good decision, because although this could easily roll over, don't get me wrong, it can. From a probabilistic perspective, you don't look at coins that have already dropped this much, right? It can go lower. Of course, it can go lower, but this is the type of coin you look at. I know so many members in the community, when we pointed this out, look at that. You heard me talk about beat so much. Look at this dump. Look. That's what you look for. Look at how it pumped, right? Look at that. 85% down. The amount of people that sent me DMs saying thank you for pointing this out is just baffling. I'm annoyed that I didn't take a position on this, but this was pointed out in my community, and a lot of people made a lot of money shorting this shitcoin. That's what you want to look for. A coin that pumps massively and is crazy overvalued. No one even knows what it does. And voila. So, legends, if you want to see these kinds of opportunities, these kinds of shitcoin shorting opportunities, my trades on Bitcoin and my current Tau trade, which was shared within my community, currently up just under $45,000 on this trade. This was all shared recently in my community. Make sure to click the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis for free. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below, and you start trading on there as you normally do. Just make Bluffin your go-to exchange if you can. It's a great exchange. I would highly recommend it. It's where I personally trade. Weeks is also solid. 2bit is decent. BTCC, you have all the options down below. And I'm looking to add new partners to the channel for those of you that can't access these exchanges. So bear with me. It might take a little bit of time. I want to make sure that we're carefully vetting the people that we're working with, the exchanges that we're working with. Mohammed Khalaf is asking, what do I personally think for Bitcoin? If into FOMC we get a spike to the upside, I will probably look to add to my existing shorts. If into FOMC we come back down to this level, this anchored VWAP from the recent low at around 63, which, you know, it's not that far away. If we were to come down here, I would look for a reaction for a potential long setup. That's what I'm currently eyeing. This would be a scalp, but if we manage to sweep all the way down to the lows again, which I don't think is unrealistic, I would maybe look for a swing long. So that's currently my thoughts. If we start pumping, then I'm going to short. So basically the reverse of what the market does. That's my game plan, at least. We have the usual jumping into the live stream. Salvador Perez is saying that we're gonna get rate cuts. Let me know in the comments down below. Do you think we get rate cuts today? Salvador Perez says we're getting rate cuts. What do you guys think? Thank you for the comment, Ganesh. Ganesh says that every trade that Metzger shares can get you a full Bitcoin in a bear market. Seriously, thank you. Guys, Ganesh is part of the community. If you guys want to join the community for free where I share all of my own trades, and granted, I'm not posting a gazillion trades a day. It's not like those signal groups. It's where I share all of my own personal trades. You know where to find me. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. It should be worth your while. I think you'll learn a lot also as to how I approach the market as a swing trader. And yeah, you know where to find me, guys. You know where to find me. I think we're going to have a pretty exciting day today. Stock market opens in just over an hour from now, so we have that to pay attention to. RF6, how many hours is your live stream for today? Well, we've been on it for 42 minutes, and I can say that we're going to go until FOMC at the bare minimum. FOMC, guys, is at 10 p.m. my time. It is currently 4:30 p.m. So if you do the math, plus we have the Fed press conference at 10:30. So in theory, I'm going to be going for at least another 6 hours. Call it a 7-hour live stream, and then we'll see. If we get interesting price action before, after, maybe we stretch it to 8. Maybe we do a record stream today, but only if you guys destroy that like button, because it shows me that you like the content, that you're gonna tune in, and that you're ready to make some money in this market. What are we sitting at? How are we looking? 157? I think we could do more than that. Let's go for 1,000 likes this live stream. I know it sounds crazy, but we've done it before. Where did we do it? We did it when Bitcoin was dumping. This one over here. Bitcoin went sub 60K. Maybe that makes more sense because I've been calling for it and we got a lot of views on that one. But today's FOMC, it's going to be a long one. I'm energized. We got this. Greg Blunt says he's bullish on the like button. He bought at the bottom. Absolutely lovely. "7 hours, when do you eat? You need to feed your body if you work out." Look, you'd be surprised, guys. I often have steak and eggs for breakfast. And I also have toast with butter and some raw honey, getting into that health maxing, as you like to call it. So a lot of protein within one meal, a lot of carbs within one meal. I also have a tall glass of orange juice with a ginger shot mixed in there. I have some fruits. My breakfast is, on most days, I would say somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 calories. So I'm feeling good. I am feeling good. Matt versus Perez is always a banger. Let's see, guys. Maybe Salvador Perez is right, and we get a massive pump today. Although it is not my base case. It is not my base case. How do you stay thin with a big breakfast? Because I exercise a lot. Oftentimes, I will do a gym workout and a sport in the same day. So, particularly on the weekends, it's funny, a lot of people struggle on the weekends to stay within their calorie. Are we getting a little bit of a move here? A lot of people struggle on the weekends with calories, but for me, it's even easier because I have more time. Because on one day of the weekend, I don't post anything, and so my routine is I will go to the gym, but I will also play a few hours of tennis or football. Like last night actually, after my video update, I went and I played football, and a 60-minute 7-a-side game, I burned between 1,200 and 1,500 calories alone. So it's easy when you're burning a lot of calories. Trump just stated he could bomb Iran this weekend. Did he? Did he really? Did he really? Guys, the outcome of the meeting, if you really want to know what's going to happen, it's pretty clear that we're just going to get no change. There's a 0.4% chance of a hike, 0% chance of an ease. If they cut rates, like Salvador Perez is suggesting, it could be a very surprised market. But again, if you go all the way throughout the year, so the next FOMC after today is July, 9% chance of a hike, 91% chance of no change, 0% chance of ease. September, 30% chance of a hike, 70% chance of no change. October, 40% chance of a hike. So you can see that the rate hike probabilities continue to increase as we go throughout the year. And in December, there's more odds of a rate hike than no change or ease. And obviously, it's hard to price all these things in like way in advance, but like it's suggesting that we're gonna have rate hikes. So let's see what happens. If inflation just drops, then maybe we avoid it. The thing is, for them to issue cuts, I think we would need to see a big drop in the stock market, and naturally this would roll over into crypto as we've come to expect. So if the stock market just plummets, then maybe Salvador is correct and we get those rate cuts. But so long as the stock market remains elevated and inflation remains sticky, I don't really see a scenario where they're just going to start cutting rates aggressively. AI Connect, what happens if rate cuts happen? Legends, I how do I say this? I have created my channel and my brand around giving you guys the most realistic expectations of the markets. And I don't even think it's worthwhile to discuss rate cuts because the probabilities are ridiculously low of us getting rate cuts. So let's not try to I'm trying to think of the right word. For lack of a better term, let's not dream about that scenario when it's highly unlikely. That's just how it is. Yeah, but like again, some of the I don't want to say this. I don't like using this term, but sometimes the comments are low IQ. um, Look, you're saying if Fed says we will do rate cuts this year, Bitcoin on fire to 70K. Guys, the probabilities do not favor rate cuts. Don't dream about the 1% chance of something like that happening. Don't bet on it, most certainly. That's like it's one of the most foolish things you can do, in my opinion, of course. Do what you want, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, Salvador, I do agree with Salvador in the sense of you get a lot more clarity at the FOMC press conference. So that's where it's going to be interesting. So just for context, the press conference is 30 minutes after we get the economic projections. So that's something we must consider. Salvador Perez, no, the probabilities don't favor rate cuts. I don't know where you're getting your data from. It does not make sense. Sometimes some of the things you say, I don't know if it's just rage baiting, but man, it works. It works. Someone says, B. Jorn Becker says, rate cuts is necessary. Trump wants cuts, so cuts it will be. Well, I like seeing these comments because, again, whenever you guys see comments like this on the live stream, just remember that these are the kind of people that you're trading against. For a trade to work out, there's someone on the other side that has lost if you won. So we got to have these different views of the market. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a market. Clay Moore, hey, my man. I hope you're well. Bitcoin's trying to hold on right here, right above this wick. The Founders Hub. Hey, Matsuri, great to be back. Looking forward to October and a return to possibly better long territory. Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to October as well. But if we get a capitulation move down, I'm okay. I'm okay with entering long, guys. I have nothing against longs. It's just very good question. Veal to Veal 3239. He says, "Hey bro, do you have any tips on not letting other people influence you too much regarding a trade? You placed a trade recently and then you took it out because you heard someone else was talking about it." I have to say, man, and obviously this isn't helpful for me trying to grow my channel, but the best thing that you can do is to not listen to anybody else, to block out the noise. I've been vocal about this. If you're going to watch content creators, crypto traders, make sure that you are able to filter out the bullshit and pick only a select few creators that you actually pay attention to. If you find yourself influenced by what some random guy on X says, you're paying attention to too much noise. There is so much bullshit on the internet, guys. You really need to guard your attention like it's your most finite resource, because it is. So be very selective of who you listen to. Pick 3 to 5 guys at most, macro guys, traders, and just protect your attention at all costs. At all costs. And I'm not even saying it needs to be me. Maybe you guys don't want to watch me. You don't need to. But what I am saying is protect your attention. That's it. That's the best thing you can do for yourself. Protect your attention. Salvador Perez says, "You are a cool dude, but be open to the opinions. It may be cautious." Guys, at the end of the day, you watch me for my opinion of the market, right? I am open to other opinions. I am open to other views of the market. Namely, when Bitcoin dropped to below $60,000, which I've been calling for a while, so I will take credit for that because a lot of people were shitting on me when Bitcoin was at 80K, I pointed out the June 2018 scenario and said we could sweep the lows from earlier of the year and then get a little bit of a relief rally. Well, that's what we're seeing thus far. So to say that I've just been a perma bear, for example, it's not really the case. I talked about this scenario and we highlighted it on the chart, right? The scenario of June 2018 where you create a low at the beginning of the year like we did this year, and then you sweep the low. It doesn't have to just be down only. Now, do I think we will break below the low more convincingly? Yes. But I am open to all possibilities, and you need to remain adaptive as a trader. It's crucial. Right now, what you can see is happening is just Bitcoin getting compressed. It's just getting compressed. So we have the bull market support band up at 71. The anchored VWAP from the pivot low at around 70.5. This is an interesting confluence zone. Like, I don't know if Bitcoin will even make it up here, but if it does, it's almost like a blind short for me. And then we have that 2021 all-time high. We have a lot of resistance ahead. We do. So let's see. Let's see. Right now we swept this recent low at 64,734, and we're trying to hold above. Salvador Perez says the move could be violent. I don't think so. If you're trading the 5-minute time frame, of course you might think that the moves are violent. But I want to remind you guys of something. How long did it take for Bitcoin? Let's take this chart because it's cleaner. How long did it take for Bitcoin to top out on this relief rally? Would you consider on a weekly time frame or a daily time frame basis this rally aggressive? It took Bitcoin after hitting let's just use 60K for simplicity purposes. From 60K up to 83K, 82.8, whatever exchange you want to use, it took Bitcoin just about 3 months. This is not violent at all. This is what I like to call staircase up and, say it with me, elevator down. So from the top to hitting that low, it took a third of the time. A third. So, staircase up, elevator down. Staircase up, maybe we go a little bit higher, elevator down. That is my opinion. I still think that we're in that period of the market. That being said, there's going to come a time where this won't work, guys. I'm keeping it real with you. Swing shorting relief rallies will come to an end. But over the course of this year, it has been a brilliant trading strategy. And I'm sure that a lot of you that tuned into the channel beforehand and that have joined my group are happy that you found me talking about this, because I didn't see many people talking about it really. But don't get caught up in the emotions of doing it, because can we get one more low? Yes. But we're getting pretty damn close. We're getting close to when the tides will turn, in my opinion. Who introduced you to crypto and trading? Myself. No, Salvador Perez, Bitcoin has not been manipulated by the big boys. Bitcoin always does this in bear markets. In fact, I want to remind everyone in the chat that the bear market that we are seeing right now for Bitcoin is nowhere near as bad as the previous bear markets. This happens every cycle. Get with the program, man. Get with the program. This should not surprise you. If you're new to crypto, I understand. But the data suggests that there could still be some more drawdown to come. There's other facets too that I'd like to discuss. The Bitcoin percentage of supply and loss. Usually when this crosses, we cross for a while, and that can mark signs of the bottom within like a 30K range. So keep in mind that that's the case. Finally, we have crossed. Very rarely in bear markets do we just cross and then we're off to the races. I would imagine that we're going to see us stay here for quite a while. Then we have Bitcoin's performance in midterm years. We are at the higher end of where we normally are in midterm years. So Bitcoin is holding up well. I know it's hard to believe, but the data suggests that that's the case, right? Right? Yeah, exactly. Bitcoin is holding up well. Bitcoin is holding up well. Then we have the drawdowns from all-time high. But if we look at a cycle view, look, this is very, very normal. But so long as we have these kinds of people on the internet, let's see if I can find them. I don't know how these guys get an audience. It baffles me. I think people like being lied to. Crypto Bitlord. The dip is over. Sorry, but we aren't going any lower. Peak FUD was just a buying opportunity, and those who sold the dip will cry forever. Now imagine being shaken out at the absolute bottom. You'll need a therapist after this rebound. It's just, I understand the game of social media and sensationalizing everything, and I do it with my titles and thumbnails. But I hope when you watch my content, you can appreciate that I have a very realistic view of the market. I think that this is a bunch of crap. This is the type of guy that has been telling you to buy Bitcoin on every dump from $126,000. Now, if you have no Bitcoin exposure, is $64,000, $65,000 a good level for the very long term? My answer would be yes. But I'm happy to be a little bit more picky with my Bitcoin entries, particularly because I have exposure from the prior bear markets. So everyone has to have their own spot strategy. But if I had to guess, if I had to put a number on it, I think that there's a 65 to 70% chance that the Bitcoin bear market bottom is not in. We have some perma bulls in the chat, and I am all for it, guys. I am all for it. Mohammed Khalaf says not less than 56K. Anything under 60K is good value for me, but I think that it can actually go lower than that. Yes, Trump is the crypto president. You got you got introduced to crypto a week ago, so you're trying to soak everything and make a little bit of gains. Your insights are really helpful. My man. I mean, first and foremost, whoever introduced you to crypto now, like a week ago, what a legend, because he's actually doing you a service. We're getting close. Like I said, legends, as bearish as I've been, we're getting close to the bear market bottom. And the fact that you've been introduced now, when you make it in the next bull market, you have to thank whoever introduced you now, because most people are not paying attention to crypto right now. Or a lot of people have given up, and I can imagine that if we get another horrible drop, everyone will give up. But I will still be here live streaming and producing content. But you have a great friend if he introduced you to crypto now. There's arguably not a better time to start paying attention to the charts. I build with stone. Hope you're having a great morning, homie. I did have a fantastic morning. It is now getting into the evening, where it's around 5 p.m. and we're gonna sit tight for the inflation data, not inflation data, the FOMC, I should say. It should be an interesting one. Did we get inflation data of Vision Pulse Fatboy? Where's our friend Walter? Did we? US May retail sales higher. If Trump says, if I don't like what I see, we'll strike again. The MOU is not final. Let's see. Jan Brothers, please analyze Zcash. I am stuck. Please, sir. Stuck where? I need more context, my friend. You are more than a good friend. You are like my younger brother, Rich MRF. My man. I'm happy I can be of service to you. Legends, I don't know if there's actually many crypto live streamers that give you personalized advice on your positions, and I don't know if I should be doing that because I'm not a financial advisor, and I feel like if I start addressing people's active positions in this market, I could put myself at risk. So it's always important that you have proper risk management. I have to be honest with you, I really dislike when I read a comment or a question saying, hey, I entered at this price, my liquidation level is this price, what do I do? Guys, you have to learn these things for yourself. You have to take inspiration from other people if you're new, but you have to, first and foremost, have proper risk management. Telling me your liquidation level immediately suggests, to me at least, that you're not following proper risk management. Why are you telling me your liquidation level? It's like you're hoping that I tell you something, and if your trade survives, then yeah, you're happy and you move on with your life. But if I say something and your trade doesn't work out in accordance to what I said, then you're going to blame me. So that's why my approach to this market has been and will continue to be sharing my own personal trades in this market. And all these trades are shared publicly in my group. If you want to follow along, see what I'm doing, all of these are shared publicly. My big Bitcoin short, my Tau position that I entered 2 days ago, which is up around 40K. My SpaceX long, still holding this position from Friday last week. And my Bitcoin short that I also entered when we had that Clarity Act pump. So if you guys want to see how I'm operating in the market, remember that you do have the first link in the description down below. It's a free group. You trade with your own money. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to access that group for free. It's where I share all of my own personal trades, and you don't have to copy my trades. You make your own decisions in this market with your own capital, but at least you can learn from me and how I'm doing things. So if that sounds interesting, you know where to find me, but I can't give you tailored advice to your positions, because if it goes right, you move on. If it goes wrong based on what I said, and it's not even my own trade, you shit on me. So I'm not gonna have that. If bluffing doesn't work for you, you have other options in the description down below as well. Like for example, right now I'm on bluffing. These are my active trades, but I also have weeks here. So weeks is where I went long on SpaceX. So maybe that one will work for you. I'm not sure. Legends, how are we doing on the likes? Are we at 236 likes? Hey, we're doing good. We've been at it for 1 hour and 21 minutes. Today should be the day. Let's get over 1,000 likes. I'm setting the objective today, 1,000 likes for today's long live stream. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Harmonic Fisherman, I'm sorry, my man. I am not an Elliot, what do they call them? Elliotician? I don't do Elliott waves. I do think that they're useful on the higher time frames. But for me personally, I haven't had to focus on Elliott waves whatsoever because I've been consistently making money in this market with my own trading strategy. So it's like, that's why when some of you ask me, why don't you talk about this? What about this strategy? What about this strategy? If you find a strategy that works, you don't need to burden yourself with learning more. Of course, I'm a student to the market and I want to keep on learning, but I haven't needed to implement other strategies because thus far, I've been totally fine trading this market with my own strategy. So if you find something that works, don't overcomplicate it. Matt, do you have people from UK in your group? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. SpaceX, what is your view? So my view for SpaceX, I entered long at 176, which was not even a great entry, and we just exploded to the upside. My view for SpaceX from a leverage trading standpoint, and then we'll talk about an investment standpoint. From a leverage trading perspective, I was betting on the fact that we would get a strong pump, as we normally do with these kinds of hyped IPOs. There's not that much supply in circulation. The unlocks aren't for a little while, and so my expectation was that SpaceX would pump. And you can see we pumped. I'm currently up total around $7,000 on this trade, and this was also shared in my group. However, after, and I have no clue, if you're asking me how high it can go, I have no clue. I took profits at 220, so right up here. And now I'm just holding the rest of the position with my stop loss at break even. I tend to do that very often. But after we get that initial move, what we've seen historically from these kinds of stocks, even if it's like tech stocks or Tesla for that matter, let's take a look at Tesla. I know we don't really talk about stocks on the channel, but I think it could be an interesting learning experiment. Why is it crypto? Oh, so Tesla initially had a spike. I'm not capturing it on this chart. Wait, what chart could I look at? Let's go 4 hour maybe. So look at Tesla's price action. This is a great example. Look, the stock launched and it had a really strong rally. Look at that rally, man. Look at that rally. But then we dropped below the launch price. And I would imagine that after we top out, wherever we top out from, we're going to come back down and it will provide really good long-term value for the SpaceX stock. So I will look to, I'll probably throw in a few $100,000 in the SpaceX stock if we are to get a dump. I probably will, just saying it here transparently. And it's something that I will probably hold for the next 10 years. So that's from the investment standpoint. But from the leverage trading perspective, if you're asking me to tell you what a reasonable target is, I have no clue. I took profits on the way up. I was predicting the pump. We got the pump. And now I just sit back and see what happens. If this thing crashes here and I get stopped out at break even, then so be it. If this thing just wants to fly high for the next few weeks, awesome. I have an epic trade opened, right? Oh my God, there we go. Van Deriet is back. He gets pissed off if I talk anything positive about any products that Elon Musk has. I think he doesn't like Elon, and that's totally fine. But Van Deriet, before I ban you in case you say something horrible again, like you've been doing, please understand that it's not my view of the person, right? Historically, if you bet on, just objectively speaking, let's be objective here, right? Historically, if you've betted on Elon Musk's companies, you would have made money. I think we can all agree with that. So I like making money. I like making money. He has a proven track record. Seems pretty straightforward to me, right? Don't overcomplicate things. I'm just telling you what I am personally doing with my own money in these markets. And if you can't handle that, then maybe you have to go watch someone else, right? Anyways, Vanderiet, I hope you can appreciate that. I just think I'll make money betting on that. So, but let's look at Bitcoin. We're getting a little bit of a move to the upside here, right? Super basic, super... Okay, all right. Time to ban Vanderiet again. My God, it's like some people are just absolute imbeciles. It's crazy, man. It's like, gosh. It's just insane. It's just insane, man. I try to remain objective, and then yeah. Anyways, I removed Van Der Yet. He is toxic. Martin Roblox BTC. I actually agree with you, man. Martin Roblox BTC says SpaceX would need to occupy Mars and catch an asteroid to justify the current price. It is grossly overvalued. But again, don't fade the momentum, right? I make money regardless of what you think. If it's overvalued or not, it doesn't matter, right? So I'm happy to hold a tiny position, and if it goes, it goes, and I'm very happy that I've held this position, right? Um, uh, Hey Metzger, using the knowledge you have provided in the last few weeks has helped me to fully recover everything I lost in the previous 6 months. Thanks, man. The Founders Hub. I appreciate you, and I'm actually taking a screenshot of your comment here, and I'm going to share it in my community right now. No, I'm losing it. All right, got it. Got it. I'm going to share it on my Telegram right now as we speak. Mohammed Khalaf, I know we laugh about it, and we've been going back and forth, but I appreciate you, man. Thanks for tuning into the live streams. I know we sometimes have opposing views of the market, but man, it's good. It's good that you tune in, and we're always respectful. So you're more than welcome to continue tuning in, and I appreciate you watching the live stream. Um, good morning, 28 World. The data that came out was horrible. Vision Pulse Fat Boy. Yes. Yeah, I'm so happy I found Metzger in this group. Awesome. Christopher says, top man, well done. Metzger's education and my application also helped me recover from getting wrecked by alts in 2025. Lovely, man. Lovely. I love to hear that. It makes me so happy. I get goosebumps. Devault Trading, remember to smash that like for the legend. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yasha, God bless, man. I would love SpaceX to just fly from here. The long is looking nice. Hey, you don't say that about me. I will get jealous. No, Salvador Perez, you're always welcome on the live stream too, and you are respectful. So that's all that matters, right? We all have opposing views, and I feel as if we're creating a very nice sense of community because I recognize so many people in the comments now. Crypto King 726, when does FOMC start today? It's in 5 hours from now. Just less than 5 hours from now. So yes, we're gonna be live for that long. Maybe I should have started a little bit later. The stock market, though, opens in 10 minutes. So we should be getting a little bit of volatility here. Bosco, what is up? Good morning, my man. Hope you're well. Best feeling for a teacher is watching his students make progress. Exactly. Zhao is at Starbucks right now. Nice, man. Till FOMC? Straight animal. I am an animal, man. I am an animal. This is going to be... I think it's probably going to be a good 7 hours today. Maybe we do a record stream depending on how we're feeling. J Tinman, good morning, legends. Good morning, legends. Good morning. How does the guy you banned keep getting back on? Because I'm banning him for 24 hours. The reason I'm giving him a chance is because at first his comments were actually insightful and he was saying some good stuff. But then the moment that I said I'm longing SpaceX, he got pissed off. He's like, I don't like Elon. Nightbot. Is Jean de Machine in the chat? Yes or no? Or is he still busy with the GF? Yeah, I don't know. He left a funny comment on my other video. Cool beans. Cool beans. Oh, yeah. Croatia versus England today. I'm nervous. I don't know, man. Normally, I would say that Croatia have a very, very good chance. But they haven't been able to get the new kind of talent that they need to continue competing at the highest level, in my opinion. No offense. As you know, Bosco, I love Croatia. But the veterans are getting very, very old. And they previously dominated that midfield. I just don't know if it will continue to work for them, right? But I am bullish on Croatia as a country. Love it there. um, 6 minutes till open. Legends, I'm willing to take a punt at a long if we hit 63. Right here. Like if we drop to here, for whatever reason, I'm willing to take a punt, but it's kind of far away. It's still a $2,000 move, right? And we're trying to hold above this wick for now. 64.7. Glad you like the tunes. I need to continue adding to the playlist because it's tough, man. You make a playlist, and then if you do a couple 7-hour live streams, 6-hour live streams, you kind of start going crazy listening to the same tunes, right? I've been a Sailor hater for a little bit of time, guys. I posted this today. I've been a little bit of a Sailor hater. He came out and said, Stretch now pays dividends twice per month. What is the clearest way to describe this? The clearest way to describe Stretch, which is well below par, in my opinion, is a Ponzi. We'll do a poll. My bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. We should do a poll. I'll do a poll right now. While we're at it, guys, while I'm setting up this poll, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Santosh Sharma, if you keep spamming the same thing, I'm simply not going to answer. We'll do last live stream, there was actually more people that thought that Bitcoin would hit 69K than 64. And we hit 64. So now let's see. I think we could be in for some choppy price action. Stock market is open. Stock market is open. Where is the liquidity? Good question. So right now we have some shorts that have jumped into the markets on the 1 day. So you can see that there is the majority of shorts actually up to that 66K point that I put in the poll. So we can grab that liquidity, but if you go to the week, there's more longs in the market. So for us to get a good move up, a more significant move than what we saw, I would like to see us sweep this downside liquidity. But like you could see here to the downside, 17 billion, upside 8 billion. I'm just curious, are there many of you that shorted at the low 60K zone? Because in my last video, I talked about the fact that it was not time to short at 60K. We were shorting from much, much higher within the community. And so I'm curious, who has, not just wishful thinking, who is in a crappy short right now? Let me know. Don't be shy. We could talk about it. Let me know in the comments down below if you're in a crappy short right now. Mohammed Khalaf says crappy long. No, that's a good long, man. That's a good long. I'm in a short. Now I had a short local top, but I got shaken out in small profits. I longed, took profits, shorted. Some people shorted, had a bad position. Crappy shorts. Spot from 59K, closed at 66. Yeah, guys, like if you're, it really depends. I like leverage because it amplifies my capital, but some people just do spots, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you can master leverage, it's such a good way to make money. It's crazy. Took a short at 66 and in profit just watching it play. Expect more downside to 63. I'm still up over 20% on my short. I shorted from 67. Short from 81.2. I was before the short but closed it, so I think this is crappy now. Ahmed, man, you always got to leave a little bit of a runner. 81K was the time to short. Agreed. Completely agree, man. Agree. In my community, we shorted at 97, a big short. We also shorted at 81 and a half for swing trading. That was the time. X Explorer, what is up? What is up? Legends, I am currently in 4 trades. Big Bitcoin short, up around 600K. I'm in a Tau position, which is up around $40,000. This was shared a few days ago, and I've already taken profits from this trade. Then I took a SpaceX long. So I'm currently up around 7K on this one. And then my other Bitcoin short, I'm up around 50K. All trades are in green for now, but all of these trades were shared within my community. If you want to see how I've been operating in this market on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis, remember that you have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me this keyword BTC, you're able to join my group completely for free because you're trading with your own capital. Make Bluffin your go-to exchange. I would highly recommend you join if you haven't already. It's my go-to. Weeks is also a great option that I personally use. You can get those bonuses down below as well, and you get access to my community for free. BTC. You click this link, and you'll come to this page. Send message, type BTC. We've had a lot of members that have been shorting shitcoins as well, like Beat. Chris in particular is up massively on Beat. We also have Rude White Boy who sniped at 11, and now he's really comfy in his short because Beat is literally less than $2 now, and he's within the community as well. So if you want to join, you know where to find me. We're getting a little bit of a move here. This is looking decent. Greg Blunt, that is a great question. Absolutely lovely question. So Greg Blunt asks, so you said people shouldn't short at $61,000. So why should they have shorted at 81K? So the reason in my group why we all shorted at $81,500 is quite simple, to be honest. So let's talk about it. What is going on? Okay. So basically, everyone was getting very, very excited for this whole Clarity Act voting. And you can see that we were getting a pump into the Clarity Act. Knowing that we are structurally still in a bear market where you get these counter trend relief rallies, relief rally, relief rally, but then you dump further, knowing that the structure is bearish, the expectation was that Bitcoin was always going to move lower after the relief rally had concluded. Now you wait for the key confluence levels, and luckily we hit a key confluence level almost perfectly. And that confluence level is the 200-day moving average. If you go back to prior bear market cycles, Bitcoin tops out from around these levels. That, along with the fact that we had so many people jumping into longs again in this bear market, made it abundantly clear that this was a great time to short. Don't get me wrong, it can be scary, particularly if you have that kind of bullish FOMO. People are hey, the Clarity Act is here, the voting is happening, we're gonna pump. But this is something else we highlighted. You'll notice that we had a massive confluence zone up here between 84K, which is the point of control of the tariff capitulation low range from the bull market. We also had the anchored VWAP from all-time high at 80. At the time, it was at like 85. And so a lot of people were calling for 85K. To be perfectly clear, if Bitcoin would have gone here, I would have entered a massive short regardless. This was such a key confluence zone. But I talked about it in my community, the fact that every single trader and their grandmother was looking for this level for a short. And what did I say? When the majority of the market is looking for a level to be hit, oftentimes that level is front ran. And you can see here we rejected right at the 200-day moving average, and voila, that was the short entry. Lots of longs in the market, so much fuel for the downside. And as we've discussed, it took us 3 months from the low to get to this high and only 30 days to create a new low. That's how bear markets play out. You get these choppy rallies, which aren't impulsive at all, and then you just get that elevator straight down. And I'm expecting that if Bitcoin does get another choppy move to the upside, that we will ultimately roll over again, because I don't think that the bear market bottom is in. I'm just playing it from a probabilistic perspective. That's what you have to do as a trader. And yeah, so that's how. And then to answer the other side of the question, why wouldn't you short at 61K? Because you're into major, major potential support. This level was always going to be hard to breach. So expecting us to free fall from here was not the move. But because our short entries are so nice from up at these levels, you can just sit back, relax, because it's going to take a pretty big rally for Bitcoin to even get up to there, which is currently not my base case. So I take profits on the way down. Of course, you always pay yourself first when you're trading like this. You know, I've already realized around $450,000 in profits, but I'm still holding some of the position, hopeful that we will likely go lower with my stop loss at break even. And that's how you want to play this market. And the opposite will also be true for the bull market when it comes. Explorer, when is the Portugal match? Crypto Man 2025. We might run up in July and come down in August. That is entirely a possibility, guys. It's entirely a possibility because that's what happened in 2018. We swept the low from the beginning of the year, and then we had a massive move in the summer. And then we popped down lower afterwards. Just to give you a recap here, this is what we're currently, this is what's playing out in front of our eyes. Currently. And that is a sweep of the lows established at the beginning of the year, right here in June, local bottom, get another relief rally, and then you chop, and then you drop lower into Q4. End of Q3, Q4. So yeah, I don't want to ignore that as a possibility as well. But in all cases, history would suggest that Bitcoin will likely move lower over the course of this year. In all cases. Does that mean it has to happen? No. But again, from a probabilistic perspective, the odds are that Bitcoin goes lower than $59,000. That's it. Don't shoot the messenger. Those are the charts. That's what the charts suggests. Someone says, please be right. I mean, I don't know, guys. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm a trader. And I trade the probabilities. Have I been wrong before? Yes. But what I will say, to give myself credit, every major pivot in this bear market, I've gotten spot on. Except for when we hit that 60K low at the beginning of the year, I didn't enter a long that I was looking to enter. But every major relief rally, I have managed to short the top of the relief rallies in the bear market within a few $1,000s to get a $10, $20, $30, $40,000 drawdown on Bitcoin. So that I am pretty pleased with. Matt, what do you do to control your hair frizz? I stay inside in Dubai. You should see me. When I play football afterwards, it gets pretty damn frizzy. So I don't really do much, to be honest. I took a shower before the live stream. I put some, I have some sea salt spray. So I just go, and then we're good to go. But oftentimes when it's nice to swim in the ocean and the water, that's the best thing for your hair. Especially if you have curly hair. Clammy Sparks, you have to tell me, who is everyone? Is everyone expecting 59K to not be the low? I don't know, man. I'm seeing a lot of people like this. There's people that are very, very bullish. I don't think the time is quite yet. How's the poll doing? 66K is the minority. And it looks like we're getting closer to 66K. The majority is wrong right now, so far. So far. Sick flag, I agree. I agree. We have not seen the pain from the last bull markets, from the last bear markets. Guys, I've been in these crypto cycles. If you think this is bad, it's gotten way worse in prior cycles. Way worse. So Someone says 82K. Someone says 82K, then 61K, then all-time high, then 58K. Well, that is a pretty crazy path, and I would tend to disagree with that, but very interesting. Mohammed Khalaf, how long are you going to be streaming today? I'm going to be streaming probably, I would say at least 7 hours. It's going to be a shift and a half today. We have FOMC in... Sorry, I'm just looking at my... in approximately 4 hours from now, we have FOMC. You should not miss the Friday. You stream on Friday 100%. Not this Friday, guys. I'm not streaming on Friday. And because I'm not streaming on Friday, the likelihood that we break a record today is much higher. Friday, I may have some travel plans. So we'll see. We'll see. I may not be able to publish a video on Friday, actually. And next week, I will probably be doing mostly video updates compared to what I normally do. Only next week, though, because I have some travel plans and it's quicker and easier to make video updates. I'll let everyone know in the community. Guys, I know you know that I have a Telegram community. So I have my group here where I share my trades, but if you scroll down, this is also another group where it's just updates. Like I post when I post my videos, if I'm not going to be posting anything, if you guys care to know when I upload my stuff. This is literally there's no gate. You just click this and you can join. But make sure you're clicking the link in the description down below because there's a lot of scammers, guys. There's a lot of scammers. So make sure if you're going to sign up to any of these exchanges, you use the links in the description down below, or when you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll get links as well. So only those. Make sure you're not getting scammed. But I leave some updates here as well as to what my routine looks like and things like that if you care to know. Streamlabs, am I streaming until FOMC? The answer is yes. I will be here until FOMC. We're going to watch the FOMC economic projections and the press conference as well, 30 minutes after, which is in approximately 4 hours from now. I'm traveling on Friday, my friends. I will not stream on Friday. Not this Friday, at least. Mohammed Khalaf says he'll stream for me. Guys, if Mohammed Khalaf would stream for me, would you watch Mohammed Khalaf? I actually do have a Bybit link. Someone's asking for a Bybit link. I'll just share it in the chat here if you guys want it. It's not where I trade, but I understand if you want it. Here. Oops. Why isn't it? There you go. It's right here if you want to join on Bybit. Legend, do you use Elliott Wave? No, I do not. I haven't had to. Let's destroy that like button. I love how you only look at the plain chart. Streamlabs. Tomorrow, am I going to stream or break? Tomorrow I'll see, because if we do a 7-8 hour stream today, I'm probably going to be knackered for tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see. So let me read you a summary of Warsh. He's actually had interesting views of the market. So he is the most pro-crypto Fed chair that we've ever had. So that we have to consider. However, he is more of a monetary hawk than a dove. So there's going to be a balance between that. I think he's going to do what's right. I know a lot of people are hoping that just because Trump wants rate cuts, we're going to get them. And maybe he gets what he wants. But the right decision, in my opinion, and I am by no means qualified to be a Fed chair, is to definitely not cut rates. That is not the right decision. Because the repercussions of cutting rates when inflation is as is can be absolutely catastrophic. So you just can't argue with the data. Singularity says, Mathieu, I'm thinking of buying the Dior Sauvage Elixir perfume. It's $300. Since I'm broke, would you say that's too much for perfume? Yes. Yes. Why are, unless you have a passion for perfumes, why would you buy it if you're broke, man? There's no reason to do that. Doesn't make sense. yeah, if we got rate cuts, I would expect a surge in price. But guys, look at the probabilities. There's no point in discussing rate cuts when it's literally a 0% chance. This is the CME Group's tool, the Fed Watch tool. There's actually way better odds that we get rate hikes. There's now a 61% chance that we get rate hikes by the end of the year. So stop arguing with the data. If there were decent probabilities of getting rate cuts, I would talk about it. But there aren't. It's a dream. It's a, what do they call it? A pipe dream. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, Shah, you need to update the bot. The competition is over. Yes. Thanks for letting me know. All right, it should be updated now. Yes, sir. Yomi, you're asking about my thoughts on Tom Lee? My God. Wow. Maybe you're new to the channel, but my thoughts of Tom Lee are not great. It's like he buys the local top with billions of dollars. I think that there's a big competition between Tom Lee and Michael Saylor to see who could have the most unrealized losses in the market. They're both down billions, so it's going to be impressive to see who loses the most amount of money. Tomfoolery. Yeah, Shah, exactly. Tomfoolery. Oh, SpaceX is dumping. SpaceX is dumping. My stop loss is at break even, so let's see. Let's see what happens. I'm happy I've taken $4,000 off this trade. Wow, that looks dumpy. Woof. I am comfy in my shorts as well. Yes, sir. Guys, I'm reading some content online now, and there's a lot of people that are saying that Kevin Warsh is going to be very, very good because he's going to kill the Bears, supposedly. That's what I'm seeing. I, I don't know, guys. Like, it makes me happy when people think this because I can trade the markets and continue to be a contrarian. I think that if the consensus is we somehow get rate cuts, like, I mean, to each their own, but I'm gonna make a lot more money. Blessed afternoon, coach. How do you resist temptation to add to your positions? This is my biggest weakness. Um, well, this isn't a zone where I'd want to add, right? So it's not so much about resisting. It's just you can add to your positions. You just need to know what are interesting levels where we can expect a reaction. Like, you could have added to your position here because it was right above the point of control as Macau20 shared earlier. So this was a good area to potentially add. For me, when I'm happy with the size of my positions, I'm perfectly okay to sit on my hands. So it might be a sizing issue initially. Maybe you need to size in a little bit more with the first entry, right? Legends, if you're asking about my trades, they're all shared in my group. So if you want to see how I've been trading the market, these 4 positions that I currently have open, my Tau position up around 40K, my Bitcoin shorts around 600K, everything is shared in my group. So if that sounds interesting, remember, you know where to find me. It's a free group. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram using the first link in my description down below. BTC, so Bitcoin's ticker. Oof, that's a big spike on the 5-minute. Check that out. That's a very good question, Juventus. Juventus asks me, is it easier to make bigger gains in a bull market or a bear market? Look, a lot of I'm going to tell you guys a little secret as I turn down the music a little bit. A lot of the biggest crypto influencers will constantly tell you to long, 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 and that you can only make good gains in a bull market. But I am living proof that that's not the case. In fact, in the bull market, I made really good money up until, I'm trying to think, that little period from tariff capitulation low at $74,000 up to $126,000, the all-time high. I made a lot of money there. But I'm now getting close. Like I'm starting to make just as much money, if you're talking about leverage trades specifically, in the bear market than in the bull market, because I've been shorting on the way down. And it's funny, I spoke to someone yesterday at my football match. He's into real estate, also he likes looking into crypto as well. But he said he's never shorted crypto, never, and he's scared to. So it's either he's long or he's flat. He just doesn't like shorting. And I mean, to each their own, but it is absolutely amazing when you can learn to play the market both ways. In my opinion, this bear market has effectively respected prior bear markets almost perfectly. We got similar sized relief rallies. We got similar drawdown and another relief rally. And the most money that I've made has been shorting near the top of these relief rallies. It's been a brilliant experience, and I think that it can continue for a little bit longer. But like I said at the beginning of the stream, I think we're getting close to the end. I think we're getting close to the end where it's free money shorting this market. But it was definitely an eye-opener finding out that when I started my community and also speaking with people in real life, people just don't short crypto ever. And I'm pleased to say that I've made a lot of money shorting crypto this bear market, and so has my community. So it's been nothing but a great experience. So yeah, to answer your question, we're looking at, it's starting to become relatively even. Like if I make another, let's say $300,000-$400,000 in this bear market on the way down, I think it'll be probably even for leverage trading, obviously. From spot portfolio, I mean, you can't really make money on the way down in that regard. Anyways, enough of the whispering. FOMC is in less than 4 hours from now. Roth Trader says Trump is live. Do you guys want me to play Trump for a little bit? I can if you want to. Last time it was a bunch of nonsense. But if you want me to play Trump, we can. Maybe we check him out for 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, see what he's up to. Yes or no? Let me know if you guys want me to play Trump just for a little bit if he's live. I'm indifferent. It's up to you guys. The French photographer, good morning. Good morning. Yes, yes, yep. Yep, yes. No, yes, yes. Sure, yes, he affects the markets. Yes, yes, yes. Majority is saying yes. Good morning, Daniel Jesus. All right. Someone tell me in the chat where I can watch him live. Umar Boss, stop spamming, my man. Umar Boss, if you say that one more time, I'm removing you. All right, Umar. Sorry, I'm gonna have to ban you for. You've been a good supporter of the channel, but again, if you're spamming your comments, I have to put you in timeout. I'm gonna put you in timeout for 30 minutes. Come back in 30. See ya. White House Twitter? Is that what you guys said? White House Twitter? By the way, let's see if Michael Saylor can do another dump.
Major events in the history of the world, in my opinion, because it prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. And now we're going to do it again, and we're going to see how it works out. So this is a memorandum of understanding, but it's a very strong one. This isn't just like a two-paragraph. This is a long, pretty detailed memorandum that goes into a regular contract. I would think they would do it. If they don't, then that's okay. We'll have to start the process again. And we don't lose. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest blockade. The naval blockade was 100% effective. And again, they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, all bombed out. I don't want to say the leaders, but first level of leader, gone. Second level of leaders, gone. Some of the third level of leaders, gone. And they want to make a deal. They are so ready to make a deal. You know what? That's okay.
Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this, without having a contract, we don't have a contract, the right contract. But if they were attacked, we would be there to help them. How is that? Is that a good statement? Okay. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about that. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help. And we have, and I will say this, and everybody says it. I had a great meeting 3 weeks ago with President Xi of China. We have the strongest military in the world by far, and I built it in my first term, and we're using it in my second term, and they gave some of it away stupidly in Afghanistan, as you know, and they spent a lot on Ukraine, $350 billion, but we have the most powerful military in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, which was 48, think of it, 48 minutes. And now our relationship with Venezuela is great. We paid for the cost of the war 40 times, taking millions of barrels out. Venezuela's benefiting, we're benefiting, Venezuela's benefiting, and then we go to Iran, and really in the first week, militarily, we defeated Iran. Nobody thought that could be done. Yeah, please. No, I want Israel to be able to protect himself, but I do want them to use good judgment.
Getting more opportunities in the United States under your presidency.
What does that mean? What?
Highly skilled professionals to get more opportunities.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, always.
Yeah.
We've always had tremendous relationships in terms of employment with India. Very talented people.
Years in track record, what will be the personnel? Do you think that they're coming around to your worldview?
I think they think I was right. I'm sort of always right. I think they think I was right. They feel good. Now all of a sudden they all want to be involved. There's no reason to have them because it's pretty much over. But they all want to be involved. He'd be involved if I wanted, but we don't want to waste his time. There's people. No, the European leaders. The meeting we had today was just the leaders. I don't even say the European. The leaders that we had met with. In addition to the 7, we had quite a few come in. They all were willing to get involved. Thank you. We had a great meeting on AI. We had all the top people here, and it was a great meeting. And as you know, we're building tremendous numbers of plants, but AI, we're building the biggest in the world. We're number 1 in AI by a lot, and it was a very productive meeting.
Negotiations with Anthropic.
He was here. Gone fine. I think it's going
How
fine.
do you see energy cooperation? India is diversifying, buying more energy from across the world, including United States, and transferable from beyond. How do you see India buying energy from you?
India can do anything they want with us. We have the best relationship. We cannot be closer than we are. Would you say that, sir? I don't think we can be any closer. Both him and I and our nations, but it really starts with the two of us. We cannot be closer. Thank you very much.
All right. Now we got a bit of chopping around, and that is it. Let's turn the music back on. It was quick. Looking sharp, mate. Thank you very much. I am going to use the washroom. I'll be back in like a minute. We've been at it for almost 3 hours. No washroom break yet. So I'm gonna be back shortly. 2 seconds. SPX, we're dumping. Is this bar mitzvah music? Guys, I just, it's non-copyright music, right? I take the best. Hume or Whoop? Whoop. Um, all the trades that you're seeing, Legends, were shared in my community. So if you want to see how I've been trading this market, remember you have the links in the description down below. A few days ago, I shorted Tau because it was looking structurally bearish, and I'm currently up just under $40,000, and I've already secured around 15,000. As you can see here, this is the most recent trade I've taken, along with the SpaceX long, which this position is now protected. So if you want to see how I've been trading this market, remember, first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram after clicking this link. It's free. It's a free group because you trade with your own money. And we have a lot of members that have been making tons of money shorting shit coins as well, which is great. Corwin, Legend, how you doing? Just finished working and tuning in. Can you give us a quick update? Well, I would prefer a sweep of the lows. I have to be honest. We have a lot of longs that have jumped in. We have some shorts that have jumped in today, but then more longs started jumping in again. Remember, guys, 1 hour ago when we checked this chart, there were more shorts in the market. Now there are more longs on the market on the 1 day and on the 1 week. So I would like to see a drop before I can justify entering long. And I'll let everyone in the community know in my group if I decide to take a long. But I have to be honest, I haven't been taking too many longs this bear market. It's been very much short relief rallies, make money on the way down. That's been my strategy. Yes, sir. Haha. The douchebag glasses are on. Maybe we save them for later. It's genuinely hard to see with these douchebag glasses. Let me just read some of the comments. How can there be more shorts or longs if when one sells, that means someone buys? It's guys, this is shorts and longs are referenced in leverage trading, right? So you have to remember that it's people effectively betting on the price going up or down. So for example, I am part of the shorts. I've been shorting Bitcoin on Bluffin, and I am part of that liquidity. So if we go here, let's take an even bigger view. And this is why I don't want to downplay the possibility. This is why I don't want to downplay the possibility of Bitcoin getting a little bit more of a rally after sweeping some lows. Because if you go further out, look, 180 days, 1 year, we got a lot of shorts in the market. So the only way that this really changes is if one, we grab some of this upside liquidity, or two, a lot of longs start jumping in because they're convinced that the bottom is in. That's what happened on the previous, on the relief rally that we've been taking advantage of where we shorted. That's what happened. A lot of people went long and it started to overcrowd the shorts. And in a bear market, when tons of people jump into longs, it creates momentum to the downside when price is ready to dump. Just as in a bull market, if everyone starts shorting because they think that, you know, Bitcoin's going to go way lower, we get that squeeze to the upside and continuation. So I'm keeping my eyes out for that. But right now, out of all my positions, I'm in 4 different trades. And guys, I'm rarely in more than like 2 trades at once. So I'm in 2 shorts, a 3rd short, and a SpaceX long. But my stop loss on the SpaceX long is at break even. So I'm just riding this one out. If I get stopped out, I don't really care because I've already made profits on this trade. And this was shared in my group as well. Yaj Shah, lights in 10 minutes? I'll have to flick on those lights soon. I'll put the douchebag glasses on a little bit later. How old are you? I am 206. Wow, you look great for an old man. Yeah, I did age pretty quickly. The crypto markets will do that to you, right? The crypto markets will age you pretty poorly. Hey man, you helped me get through my surgery yesterday. Had you live in the operating room. My doctor said you were handsome. Thank you, Costa. And thank your doctor for me. How come you don't use indicators, bro? I don't know. What do you guys consider indicators? Because I do use moving averages. Sometimes I'll draw trend lines, but not a ton. I like using the anchored VWAP for swing trades. I like using the bull market support bands. I feel like these are indicators, no? What is the definition of an indicator? I do use indicators. Everyone does. Okay. I'm reading some comments. Someone says, how do you take profits when you have these short positions? I am new to this and I use BTCC, but I can only see how to close the position and start a new one. So let me show you. I don't have a ton of capital on my BTCC account. I have around like 40K, but I'm not in an active position. But you should be able to see here, I have these trades open on Bluffin. It's a little bit different on every exchange, but if I go flash close, that will close the entire position, which I don't want to do that. But if I want to do a market close, and I want to just shave a little bit of profits from these trades, you click market, and then you can drag the percentage of the trade that you want to close. So if I close a little bit and I click confirm, that will close part of the position and I maintain the rest of the position open. So there are similar features. You know what? Just to show you on weeks, because I have a position open, weeks is a little bit different in the sense of if you just click close, you have to enter a closing price. However, here you can pick a percentage of the position. So let's say right now I have this amount in USDT. Let's just do 1. Then I would flash close the 1 on weeks. So you can see I just closed, filled. So on BTCC, it should be pretty similar. I wish I could show you directly, but I don't have a position open. Maybe I take my trade on BTCC today. But that's how you do it. And every exchange has their own version of it. You should be able to do it like without a doubt. What group are you sending your trades in? Legends, if you want to join my group where I share all of my trades, it's quite simple. You DM me, direct message me the word BTC after clicking this link. So you click the link, you click send message, and you type the word BTC. You'll get an automated message which will basically prompt you to sign up to any of these exchanges down below. So if you've already signed up, it makes it even easier. And once you've signed up and you deposit your own money to start trading, the minimum to join the group is $500. You're trading with your own $500. But we have some members in the group that are trading with 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. There's even a few millionaires in the group. Trade with whatever capital you want. Then you get access to the community for free, so long as you've signed up with these links. So in that group is where I share all of my own personal trades. And once you're confirmed, you get an automated link to be able to join, and it's all done on Telegram. Would it be helpful, based on what you guys are watching, based on some of the questions I get, would it be helpful if I filmed a 5-minute tutorial on how to join my group? Because I think it's clear, but maybe it's not clear for you guys. So I have no issues filming a quick video if you want to know how to join the group and it's a little bit confusing to you. Just let me know and I'm happy to explain it further. Hey Matsir, do you know any exchange that will allow you to short and long position at the same time on Bitcoin? Yes, all of the exchanges allow you to do that, guys. So on Bluffin, you have to enable hedge mode to be able to do it, but it's quite easy. So you click up here, see my top right corner, position mode. It's currently on one way because I opened these positions before I entered hedge mode. Then you click that and you click hedge mode. Once activated, you can go long and shorts at the same time. Same thing on weeks. Actually, if I take a long on Bitcoin today, it will probably be on weeks. So you can do it on weeks as well. You have that option in the description down below as well. That's this link over here, right? So most exchanges allow you to do this. Or on Bluffin, if you haven't enabled hedge mode and you're in an active trade and you don't want to close that trade, you can just create a sub account on Bluffin. All right, yeah, it seems like some of you guys want the tutorial, so I'll do my best to film a tutorial for you. Woof! Bitcoin is looking heavy, man. Wow! What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Getting bought up. Wiki wiki. Wiki wiki. New sub here. Love your content. Which team to win the World Cup do you think? I'm not going to change my stance on that. And by the way, welcome to the channel. I was saying either France or Spain. If they can get Lamine Yamal and Nico Williams to actually perform well and they're no longer stressed about injuries, Spain have a very, very good chance because they retain possession well. But they need those explosive wingers in top form. Otherwise, it's not going to be good. You can see that they really, really missed them during the game against Cape Verde. France has been relatively impressive. Had a very slow first half against Senegal, but I watched the game last night up until 1 in the morning here in Dubai time. But it was nice, man. It was nice. The second half was great, and that finish by Mbappe. He was looking a little sloppy early on, but crazy stuff. If you actually look at the history of World Cup winning teams, a lot of the times they don't actually start off that great, and then they slowly build into the tournament. The US also played really well, so that was interesting. But obviously, I don't think they're going to win. Skyfox, we are vibing today. Is it time for the lights? Yeah. It's time for the lights. My Tau short is looking really good. Legends, smash that like button. stand out. 4 hour is looking meh. The 4 hour looks okay. So what we want to consider here for the short-term price action, because I know a lot of you guys like looking at that. So the short-term price action suggests that so long as we can hold above this pivot wick, we can see another pop up. However, the moment we lose this wick, it could get ugly for Bitcoin. But right now, we're holding above it, right? We're holding above it. We've dropped below it. You can see here on my chart, this is showing signs of potential support. So keep your eyes on $64,700. As long as we stay above, it looks fine. 4 hour looks eh. But it's okay. There's still an hour left. You got a hella good microphone. Music cuts through and sounds impressive. Really, I'm glad you said that, because I was thinking of maybe getting an even better microphone, because I was thinking that maybe you couldn't hear me well. But if you can hear me well and the music sounds good at the same time, nice. Happy about that. Ada Love, what time is FOMC? FOMC is at 10 p.m. Dubai time. So in basically 3 hours from now is FOMC projections. Now the real interesting part is going to be at 10:30 p.m., which is the Fed press conference. So we'll watch all of that live. And we could be going, maybe we'll be going until midnight today. That's why I've been asking if we can smash that like button, because we've been at it for 3 hours, 391. Our record is 1,000 likes when Bitcoin dropped to below 60K. And this one got 15,000 views total, which is pretty insane. I don't know if we can beat it, but it would be nice if we could. We might beat the live stream length record. 7 hours and 46 minutes is the longest that we've ever been live. So we'll have to 2x that even more. We're not even halfway there. Oh shit. So let's see. Let's see. Comfy in my positions, guys, up until FOMC. I'm in 4 positions in this market. All of them are currently in green, and they were all shared within my community. If you want to join, you know where to find me. It's the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll be able to join my group. It is a free group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. You're trading with your own money. Remember that. DM me the keyword BTC after clicking this first link. It'll bring you to this page. You click send message and type that keyword in. SpaceX is dumping. Today we break records just like we do on all streams. Let's do it. Let's do it. If we break an 8-hour stream, guys, I would be devastated if we couldn't get at least 1,000 likes. I know that when we get really volatile price action, especially if I've been calling for a sub 60K Bitcoin and it happens on the stream, that's when we get the most likes. But just from sheer time spent on camera, I hope that we can break 1,000 likes if we break the record long stream. What happened to your boy, Vanderbilt? Oh, that guy, I had to ban him for 24 hours again because I said that SpaceX would be a good long-term investment, and he got pretty frustrated about that because he doesn't like Elon Musk. But I don't really care because I care about making money, right? Who cares what your view is of the guy? If you can make money trading his companies, why wouldn't you? Right? Yeah, the February dump stream was legendary. Darren Mitchell, smash the like button. I'm gonna cancel my cycling schedule tomorrow for this stream. No, man, you can't do that. You gotta do both. You gotta stay into the stream. You gotta stay in the stream and do your cycling session. Gotta do both. Mohammed Khalaf, okay. Third time. Oof, Mohammed Khalaf is a little bit sassy today. What's your expectation for today? Dump or pump? Well, so far, we've been pretty dumpy. I think that today's candle will likely end red into FOMC. I honestly think we're just going to get volatility in both directions. But if you're asking for my position and when I would consider to enter a new trade, look, some more shorts started jumping in. If we get a pump into FOMC and the market gets really excited and we tap into the point of control again, I will look for a short again. So I'll probably add to my existing short. If we dump, then I will simply wait to see if we can hit this anchored VWAP. And based on the reaction there, that would allow me to enter a new setup. So I don't know if I answered your question, but to answer your question, I'm not a fortune teller, and traders have to react to what the market gives us. I am positioned from higher. I am happy with my positions in this market. I am comfy in my shorts, as I like to say. I've entered new positions recently, and that's that. I stay in my positions, and I wait to see what the market gives me. Mohammed Khalaf wants to ring my doorbell and answer and ask me about pump or dump. I just got a notification. Someone on Twitter posted altcoin season loading. Hello, what do you look for when you start a trading session? That's unfortunately a question that day traders can help you with. I have my key levels highlighted on the charts already. I'm a swing trader. So before I enter any session, I look at how price reacts to my key levels that I have already outlined on the chart. That's the beautiful thing with swing trading. You can basically be very, 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 very patient. So right now we're getting a reaction at this level that I had already highlighted since basically the beginning of June. And now we see how the price reacts to this level, and I make a decision on whether or not I want to enter a swing trade. If you're a day trader, I would imagine you're looking at a whole bunch of different things on the lower time frames, but that is not my cup of tea. I am a swing trader at heart. Hello from Oxford. Hello, Versace. Everyone's saying I should size down my short, but I'm pretty comfy in it. Do you use leverage in your private group? Remo, of course. Guys, the trades that you're seeing here My Bitcoin short, which is up just under $600,000. My Tau short, which is up around $40,000, and I've already secured $15,000 on this trade. My SpaceX long, which is up around 5K, and my other Bitcoin short, which is up around 50K, with leverage. These are all shared in my group. Now, leverage is a personal decision, I must say, because leverage doesn't matter. It's the total percentage of your trading portfolio that you're risking at your stop loss level. So, for example, if you have a $100,000 trading portfolio, which is just the common example that I use just for simplicity purposes, if you have $100,000 and you want to enter with 1% of your trading portfolio, that means that if your invalidation or your stop loss is hit, you stand to lose $1,000. Irrespective of the leverage you're using. Mohammed Khalaf, I'm sorry, man. Normally on Fridays, I can do streams, but this Friday I cannot because I may be traveling. Thanks for answering. Greeting from Spain. Lower lows and lower highs on the 1 hour chart. Purchase media. True. Less than 3 hours until FOMC. Tiago Costa, I completely agree with you, man. Grigor always comes in with some of the best comments. If you want people to come to the stream, instead of saying incoming volatility, new Fed chair, call the stream real-time bear whale liquidation. Maybe I should do that, eh? Maybe I should do that. Rhino Bull says he got stopped out of his SpaceX long with a 100% ROI. All good, happy days. Exactly. No stress, you move on to the next. Legends, I see that some messages are getting deleted. Please remember that you cannot spam in all caps because my bot will just delete your message automatically. Exactly. Antonio says, I thought intraday trading was less stressful, but holy, swing trading is just pure peace, particularly in a trending market. Up or down, you can make money swing trading. And this is why I like trading crypto and Bitcoin specifically, because legends, I know we get caught up on the lower time frames, but look, I don't know how many times I have to bang on this drum of swing trading is the best thing ever. But look, if you really wanted to, you didn't even need to go long at all. in my group, we did go long over the course of this bear market, and we've had some really, really solid trades. The main one being this one over here, from like 83K up to 97K. I was in a long and I made a lot of money, a few $100,000 on this one. But if you really, really wanted to, you could have just waited until we hit these key inflection points and shorted massively in the bear market. We're in a trending market, right? So you get these relief rallies and then you short massively. And then maybe we get another relief rally and then you short massively. You can only really do this over this 1 year period because sooner or later, the bear market will be over. But as a swing trader, I mean, it's obvious in hindsight, but thankfully I can say that it's not just me saying, oh, look how obvious it was, because if you were in my group, you saw me enter these trades real time and hold my positions to the downside, making a lot of money as the market trended lower. So it really was obvious. Now is not the time to get aggressive with shorts. Can we go lower and will we go lower? I think that yes. However, you know, we're getting a few more months. We're getting close. We're getting close. And then I'm going to be looking for swing longing opportunities in this market. I've always thought about traders when they have big amounts of earnings. Why do they continue? They just didn't show their losses or just addicted? Because if you can trade properly and you have proper risk management, I don't want to make it seem like it's the easiest thing in the world, but it's like an infinite money glitch if you're smart about it and you have proper risk management. Over time, it's, you know, it's just exceptional. Why would you stop? Why would you stop? The market teaches you so much about yourself as well. Why would you stop? And in regards to traders not showing their losses, I think a lot of people that have been in my community for a while that have been following the channel can attest to the fact that I do indeed show my losses. I have started videos on my YouTube channel before saying, guys, I lost $40,000 on that last trade. Like I've shared it before. So yes, you see some profitable trades, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I do win more than I lose because that's the point. No one is a fortune teller. You will have losses along the way. But as long as you can manage your positions, manage your risk, and you're profitable over time, then that's all that matters. I make more money than I lose. But I've built this channel around the fact that I will always be honest and transparent about when I lose a trade, right? There's nothing to hide. David says, agreed. 2 things that will reveal your true self: trading and cycling 100 kilometers. I haven't got into the whole triathlon scene and cycling and stuff, but I will say running a marathon was nice for the first time. My first ever marathon was ran, now it's just under 2 years ago. And I'm planning on doing a 100-mile run. But my first marathon, I thought I did pretty good. There was a lot of uphill. It was actually in Quebec, so it was pretty uphill. And my time for that first marathon, I did train, and I am kind of like a former athlete. But my time was 3:39. That's good. I was pretty happy with that, to be honest. But now I'm gonna run a 100-mile with some of my friends. Should be a great time. We're still alive with the SpaceX long, stop loss at break even, still holding this position. Tom Hardy, you are ignoring me. Where did you... Matt, your losses make me feel better about my losses, Gemma Gov. Yeah, that's good. That's good. No one is perfect, right? Tom Hardy, my man, I didn't see your question. I missed it. Where are you? You haven't... My man, I'm scrolling up. I'm not seeing anything. So if you want to re-ask what you asked. Matt, make the guy quit weed. I must say I've done that before. Sometimes, occasionally. As long as you don't get addicted to anything like that, you're fine. It's fun for recreational purposes. Wrote something like this about 2 times. Tom Hardy 21. I still can't see your message, man. You're just saying that I'm ignoring you, but you're not writing your message. You should either way. I started trading a month ago, did bad in the beginning. After watching the last 3 weeks, I was able to recover everything I lost, around 12K now. I have to keep up and I'm scared a little. Don't be scared, just proper risk management, and along the way you will succeed. If you stick to it, you will succeed. And I believe that with any endeavor in life, anything that you stick to for a long enough time period and you gradually get better at it, you will succeed. I've constantly referenced the Alex Hermosi quote I constantly say. If you've been tuning into the live stream, you guys should know it by now, so I'm going to wait and see if anyone knows exactly what I'm going to say. Pressed enter too fast. The message is above. I don't think we're lagging. It says the stream health is excellent, so maybe you need to refresh. You need the large size Cartier on your wrist. It is the large size. This is large. You will one term... No. Guys, you're not getting it right. You guys aren't getting the quote right. I don't even know if you're trying. FOMC in just over 2.5 hours. Yeah, King Chen is correct. Tom Hardy, if you want me to see your question, you can type it again. My bad, man. What level do you expect today to the upside? I don't know, because right now in the 1 hour, we are just forming lower highs, right? Okay, yeah, fair. Have you considered sharing the fact that you're live streaming on your YouTube to your ex so you can more easily reach 1K viewers and likes? I have, but my Twitter is quite small, guys. I have 5,000 followers on Twitter, but most people are just not that active. And it's my fault because I don't post that often on Twitter. I troll on Twitter, as you can see. If you go through all my last posts on Twitter, they're all making fun of people that have been bullish since $126,000, Michael Saylor, things like that. Anyways, someone was asking about trading. I'm going to go over the quotes that we've discussed on the channel, and I will reference it again in the future. But you have to do so much volume in any endeavor that you want to succeed in, that it would be unreasonable for you to fail. So I'll say it again. You have to do so much volume that it would be unreasonable for you to fail. Time under tension, baby. It's impossible for you to fail, in my opinion, if you're constantly getting a little bit better, and you have to do so much that it's unreasonable to fail. Look at my YouTube channel, for example. I have been posting videos and doing long ass live streams. Even if no one was watching, eventually you get rewarded for these kinds of things, right? So it's like this, it's like that with anything in life. So we're getting a little bit of a move to the upside here. Matt, don't forget us when you get to 1 million subs. I have to be honest, I think it's going to be very difficult for my channel to hit 1 million subscribers because one, right now at least, people don't give a crap about crypto. Two, because of my realistic views of the market, I feel as if I'm not hypey enough to get retail's attention. But to each their own, man. Maybe in the next bull market, the channel gets to over 100,000 subscribers and I'm guiding people that actually want to pay attention to the markets and actually are serious about making money in the market. And I'd rather have a really good impact with a smaller group of people than just spread bullshit so I can get more subscribers. It's just not worth it because then you're not helping anyone. Are you longing or shorting? I'm in multiple shorts and I am still in my SpaceX long. I will be with you all the way. Love to hear it, Darren Mitchell, my man. They're going to triple in size when the bull market hits, but lose half of them in the next bear market. 100%. Yeah, people don't have the attention span or the discipline to pay attention to the markets in the bear market. But we've proven it time and time again within the live streams, on my channel, in my community, that there are so many opportunities to make money shorting the market in the bear market. And if you paid attention, you likely made a lot of money on the way down. I think you will do better than you expect. I'm open to being pleasantly surprised. Net Nate. On X, there is news that Iran and US might sign the deal today. Might push the market. It might. You're right. It might push the market if that's the case. But I'm not one to speculate on a deal like that. I don't play that kind of price action. There's some people that will literally go long after they hear that a deal has been signed. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I think one of the main reasons people stick to your channel is because you're a genuine dude. Won't be surprised if the channel hits 100K sooner rather than later. Thank you, man. Thank you, NetNate. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. What are you looking at for SpaceX? What would be your trigger to start shorting? It would be entirely speculative again. Like with SpaceX, guys, someone asked about Tiago Costa. I think you asked if I think we could see the 170s. I don't know how to say this more politely. I genuinely don't know. And I'm not sure if I care that much, to be honest, because one, it's a much smaller position. Two, I've already taken profits, and this was shared in the group as well, right? Like I've been taking profits on this trade. I'm out 50%. It was a tiny position, and my stop loss is at break even. I would imagine that we're not going to dump into the 170s today. Maybe there is room for another leg higher, but the only thing that we have to consider here is that we're now forming some lower highs. Structurally speaking, this is bearish, right? Volume is also decreasing. So I don't know. But I will never shy away from telling you guys, I don't know. I'm in the trade, I made money, and that's it. This one was entirely speculation. If you're on the live stream on Friday, I almost got stopped out from this position. My stop loss was literally here at 150. And look how close we came to my stop loss, and then we just got a nice pump. So I took profits at 220, and that's that. I don't know how the rest of the trade is going to play out. If we squeeze past these highs again, maybe I'll consider the short. But for now, let's see. Let's see. SpaceX down 10% since Jin Cramer talked about it, of course. Salvador Perez says Bitcoin will go up until 230. Interesting. Plus, he's not cringy. Oh, I'm glad you guys don't think I'm cringy. I feel like my titles and thumbnails can be cringy, but you have to play the YouTube game, right? You have to play the YouTube game. Do I trade anything outside of crypto? So I am a long-term stockholder, and I mean, yes, the answer is right here in front of you. I went long on SpaceX. So yes, this is not crypto. It's on a crypto exchange on Weeks. And by the way, any assets you want to trade, you can trade on these crypto exchanges as well. I like Weeks. I also have some big positions open on Bluffin. You can access these exchanges using the links in the description down below. You have some of the best bonuses in the industry. And if you want to see how I've been trading the market, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram up above. First link. And gold, my thoughts on gold, like we discussed in my prior live stream, the time to enter a swing long on gold was on a sweep of the lows. And right now that position is looking absolutely lovely. Look at that. We swept the lows. This was highlighted well in advance on the live stream. We drop below, entry, very nice move on gold. So the time to swing long gold was at these lows, which was highlighted on the stream. We're up almost 10%. That's a big move for gold. Tom Hardy, yeah. The thumbnails and titles have to be clickbait. Doesn't mean you are that person. It's annoying, but I realize like if I don't have catchy titles or thumbnails, I just no one watches. But I hope that after, you know, you click on the video and you see what I'm talking about and you see my demeanor, you see how I am as a person. I hope that that keeps you on the channel and you like my authentic views of the markets, my no bullshit approach to the markets. Mohammed Khalaf says on Friday he will stream hard with heavy metal. No worries. Yeah, I'm not a huge heavy metal guy. How are we doing in terms of likes? We've been at it for almost 4 hours, and the like button is looking a little bit bearish, I have to say. I think the last time we were at 4 hours in that record stream, we had 550 or maybe even 600 likes at this point. So the like button is looking a little bit bearish, guys. If you can, smash that like button because we're going for a record stream today with over 1,000 likes. We're pumping. Someone's asking me if I'm that annoying gym bro that takes his bag to every station. Absolutely not. I go with a water bottle and that is it. In fact, a lot of the times I don't even work out with music because I find that yes, it's nice to get a little bit of a pump with the music sometimes, but I train myself to not be how do I say it? I think people are distracting themselves often with music. If you guys haven't done it already, you should try going to the gym and doing multiple workouts without music and train your mind in that way. I find it's a really, really good discipline. I would say I went through a phase where I didn't do it at all with music, and now I would say probably 50% of my workouts are with music. But the other 50%, I literally just go with nothing, and I just focus on my form, and it's been good. It's been a good mental exercise. Man, high vol. Guys, if you think I look at the volume on the 5-minute time frame, you're in for a rude awakening. Swing traders don't pay attention to the 5-minute time frame. But let's see. We're now approaching a pretty important zone for us to reclaim. I might enter a trade on 2-bit. If I enter a short, it might be on 2-bit. One sec. That is a strong 4-hour candle. 15 minutes to go, 13 minutes. So we're holding this prior wick as support. Nice pump. Nice pump. Ah. Legends. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. The US and Iran are discussing moving up the signing of the deal from Friday to potentially as soon as today. If that happens, the MOU would be signed electronically. The parts of the deal concerning the Strait of Hormuz would go into effect, and the full text may be released today. Breaking news. I know some of you guys want me to do scalps, but like I discussed, it's maybe it would be more fun. Maybe I do some smaller ones. It's so funny when I read the comments, right? Live Trader says, "What the WTF? Bitcoin pump today?" Yes. Yes, we are pumping, and I think we could see an interesting move going into FOMC, which is in approximately 2 hours from now. Damn, it went up again. Scalps are very fun. They are fun, but in my opinion, they're not worth my time. Now I think we're going to see some longs jumping in here. Hello, new subscriber here. I have a long position on Bitcoin from around 60K. I took some profits at 67K. Should I close the rest of my position now and flip short or wait for the FOMC? I can't tell you what to do. I cannot give you financial advice. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. But the only thing that you can really do is to protect your position, right? What you'll notice is that when I enter my big trades, I am more than happy to take profits, and then I move my stop loss to break even. And then I just relax. Because if the market keeps on ripping, you're in a good position. So my non-financial advice is to take enough profits where you're content with the profits, but also leave enough to the position in case price just starts rocketing. And then you're happy that you still have a good amount of exposure. Kurt de Groot, have you moved your stop loss to break even on your Tau trade, or are you still in your soft stop? I haven't moved it yet, but I am heavily considering it. Like right now, I'm just sitting in the position, right? But I have not moved it yet. And if you're in my group, you know I will try to update you as soon as possible. As soon as I make any adjustments to my trades, they are shared within my group. If I was bullish, and David, my man, you can't be shorting at 62K. My man, I guess you said you're new to the channel, right? That makes sense. That's okay. But you have to have invalidations and stop losses, man. You can't just hold the position, because what happens if Bitcoin goes to $70,000? What would you do then, right? You have to have invalidations, right? You have to have invalidations. Kurt de Groot, I am in your group, loving it. Luckily, I also follow your live stream, so I saw you change your target to 250 and took some profits around 220. Yeah, that was for the sake of the live stream, right? I had this target here, and then my stop loss was 150. But at 220, I took profits on SpaceX because it seemed like we were getting overheated, and I set that take profit overnight. Then the next day, we still pumped back up to 220. So there was an opportunity to take profits at 220. But now the stop loss is just at break even, and I'm not particularly stressed about that trade. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I guess when you're Kurt de Groot, when you're talking about Tau and SpaceX, the actual number on the screen, 250, and Tau is at 258. So it's pretty similar. Snow Temple, Matsir, do you believe in Bitcoin long term? Do I think Bitcoin will make a new all-time high? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't talk about accumulating Bitcoin in the bear market, right? Christopher, hoping FOMC is dovish, and with all the positive news, we rip to tariff lows, then roll over. Tariff lows at 74K, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. Live trader, you cannot ask me questions like that, man. It doesn't, like, it just, think of the question you're asking me and remember that I'm just a guy on the internet that you're asking it to. When you say something like, so Iran will sign the deal equals pump Bitcoin to 74K, question mark? What am I meant to say to that? I I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss for words. Will you tell the live stream or only your Telegram group when you start accumulating? My Telegram group always comes first. It's highly likely that what happens is I tell my Telegram group, hey guys, I've started accumulating Bitcoin. And then probably a little bit down the line, that's when I'll come on my YouTube channel and say it. My Telegram group is the priority, guys. So if you want to see all these positions that I'm in, how I've been trading this market, I'm in 4 active trades right now. All in green so far, knock on wood, but they're looking good. You can join my Telegram group, which is my priority, using the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join. Just click this link above. Make sure you're only clicking this link. Don't fall for scams. Click this link in the description down below. It'll bring you to this page. You click send message and then you type the keyword BTC. And you'll get an automated message that will basically ask you if you've signed up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below, and you start trading on there with your own capital. It's a free group, and then you can join. But my Telegram group always will come first. Yo, what's up? You're still alive? X-Explorer, my man, of course I'm still alive. The FOMC is in 2 hours. I better still be alive. Sick flag. Long or short, 5 p.m. UK time. Tell me. Ugh. Funny. That's how some of the questions sound. Do-do-do. Thoughts on XLM's price action? XLM. I mean, it's just chugging along, right? It looks like it wants to break these highs. So that's good. Because remember what we discussed. So like on any asset, this works for anything, right? The more and more that you tap into a level, the weaker it becomes. So check it out. We've tapped into it 1, 2, one could argue 3 if you use it as a zone, like this zone over here. This zone, and it looks like we want to punch to the upside here. So that's XLM's price action, I would say. I would be shocked if this continues to hold as resistance considering the prior attempts. What up, bro? You promised to look at silver a couple days back, but you never did. Actually looks pretty good, to be honest. We're holding above support here on the monthly. It actually looks pretty good. It looks pretty damn good, to be honest. I would have, so the thing is, I would have preferred if we swept the low, because on gold, the low has been swept. See this low at 61? I prefer when lows are swept. So yes, we swept this low, which is always a good sign, but it would have been really nice to sweep the 61 low. That would have given me more confidence. Because when I look at gold, we swept the low. And then you got that really nice reaction to the upside. Yeah, it was a pretty good 4-hour close, Legends. Like it's pretty nice for Bitcoin. Got a bit of local resistance here. Is hype pumping? Is hype pumping? Oh, wow. Wow, we had a little bit of a dump, but look at that. Sheesh. Very strong 4-hour candle for hype, stronger than Bitcoin. I'm really fond of the way you don't push people saying that what we have to do, but how they have to find a solution. Great, Metzir. Describe, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, I try, and not to promote my group again, right? But what I do in my group and on the channel is share what I'm doing, and I hope that other people see my thought process why I do what I do, and then they can eventually think for themselves in the market. I do my best to teach you how to fish. Sometimes I understand it's in the form of sharing my own trades. And I'm a swing trader, so I don't take a gazillion different trades. But so far, I've been receiving really good feedback about the way that I teach. The main criticism is that I need more tutorials, and that I am working on. But like, I'll give you an example. There's a lot of shit coins that I haven't recently shorted, but I've talked about them within my community, and I've mentioned that they will undoubtedly dump. And an example of this is within my community, there's a lot of people that shorted Velvet, shorted Beat, Chris, which I don't know if he's still here, shorted Beat, and right now Beat is literally below $2. And I didn't personally enter these trades, but I talked about Beat in particular at length, how I would likely dump 80%. Rude white boy here shorted at $11, and we're now below $2. This was a great one, absolutely great one. So I try to teach people how to fish. We're down 85%. He must be printing on that short. So if you want these kinds of things that I highlight and you want to learn how to trade, and of course I do share my own trades in my group, so there's that as well. Remember that you can join with the first link in the description down below. If you DM me that keyword BTC, you're able to join. It is a free group because you trade with your own money. Some people join with $500, which is the minimum. Some people join with 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. We even have a couple of people with a few $1,000,000 that have recently joined the group. So whatever your capital size is, you're trading with your own money, right? So it's up to you. You can join if you click this link up above and DM me that keyword. But I want to teach people how to fish. That's the whole point of what we're doing here. That is the whole point. I don't, let's go through some comments. Can Fed meeting eat entire green candle? Yes, absolutely it can. We have seen this kind of volatility going into FOMC. And if I was bullish, honestly, if I was bullish, I would prefer if Bitcoin was dumping into FOMC, not pumping, if I was bullish. Just sharing my thoughts, right? Someone says Bitcoin will hit $70,000 plus. If we do that, I'm definitely looking for a new short. Or milkman, that's what I mean. When I say I would short, I would add to my existing position probably. I have this one on weeks at 81,500. I'd probably make this a way bigger position, This one on Bluffin, I probably wouldn't touch unless we get something like a really big push. But I'm happy to hold this one and my other one. What is your time now? It is currently 8:15 p.m. 8:13. No toilet break. Mohammed Khalaf, you caught me there. I went once and I'm gonna have to go again relatively soon. Damn, this FOMC is late. It was better with Jerome. Yeah, let's see. Let's see, right? Let's see. Woof. Stop spamming or I will remove you from the chat. MLM flower, one more time and you're gone. Supposedly the MOU could be signed today. Oh, you're done. MLM flower, I answered your question, but you're done. Sorry, man. Goodbye. Goodbye. $66.1 exactly. $66.1 the poll, guys. What's next? Check it out. The majority were wrong. Legends, if you haven't already, smash that like button. We've been at it for almost 5 hours. FOMC is in an hour and a half. Yikes. Nice pump. Nice pump. Is hype going nuts? People are saying hype is going nuts. Yeah, hype is looking good. Looks nice. So we grabbed all that upside liquidity, almost. Lot of longs jumping in. Oops. We could be in for some bearish CVD divergence. Let's see. I shorted, bros. Red candle is me. Legends, I may add to an existing position. I may enter a new position. And I'm going to share it in my group. We have FOMC in 1.5 hours. If you're not already in my group for free, I don't know what you're doing. You can join using the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram after clicking this link, you can get access to my group completely for free because you're trading with your own capital on any of these exchanges. We're looking for a juicy setup here. So if you want to see what that setup is, you know where to find me. I'll share it on the stream if I take a trade live, obviously, but my group gets priority first. Always, always, always. Right now, we could be cooking some bearish CVD divergence. We could be cooking some bearish CVD divergence. Price needs to make a higher high. Otherwise, we're cooking some bearish CVD divergence because you can see that all the longs have started to jump in. If we take a look at the liquidity here, you'll notice that on the 1 day, there's now more longs than shorts. On the 1 week, there is significantly more longs than shorts. We got 20 billion to the downside, 5 billion to the upside. We're talking about a 4x on the weekly time frame. Plus the bearish CVD divergence, plus the fact that we're going into FOMC. I agree with some of the comments. Do not go chasing along here. Be careful. Be very, very careful. Like we said in the title and thumbnail, FOMC, it's the Fed chair's first FOMC, and it's going to be a volatile one. We've already had a nice spike to the upside. If I was bullish, which, I'm in some shorts, right? You can see down below, these are my positions. If I was bullish, I would not want to see Bitcoin pumping into FOMC. So those are my thoughts currently. We have, it should be in an hour and a half from now. Should be in an hour and a half from now, 10 p.m. Dubai time. And then we have the Fed press conference 30 minutes after. So let's see. Just going through some comments. Darren Mitchell, you said you have $913 to your account. Is it from the trading competition? Yes. If you're new, Legends, if you're new, we won the Bluffin trading competition. We won it. So based on your trading, you got rewards. So Darren Mitchell, you must have gotten $900 deposited directly in your account. So absolutely awesome. Awesome stuff. We won this competition. I'm very, very proud of everyone. I don't get any rewards for this, by the way, but we won as a team, and it was a great one. There's going to be future competitions like this, and we've been crushing them. So if you guys want access to these kinds of competitions as well, trading competitions, and you are a relatively big trader as well, I would highly recommend that you just join me on Bluffin. You have the promo down below, but also if you use this second link here in the description, that's where you can get access. And then you can also join my group to see how I trade the markets for free. But yes, Darren Mitchell, you probably got some nice rewards. Funny he won, said nothing. I did talk about it before, but I don't want to annoy you guys with the fact that we won. We won, right? We won. Yeah, Darren Mitchell was number 12 on the comp. Oh, we have another guy that got $4,400 in this competition. Well, if you tell me that, I can see where you're... And you must be in the top few here. Awesome stuff, guys. Remember, there's going to be more of these competitions. If you want to join, you have to sign up with me on Bluffin and you start trading on there. I would just recommend making it your go-to crypto exchange. It's mine. And if you can't access it, well, I also have Weeks as an alternative. I like trading on here as well. Be careful here, be careful. We are creating some potential bearish CVD divergence. You want to, if you're bullish, you want to see the price make a higher high here. Because if the longs, so these are the longs piling into the market, right? So if the longs are making a higher high, but the price is making a lower high, that is what you call bearish CVD divergence. I've been building this tool. I'm working together with MindPillar. Guys, if you want access to this tool, it is also free. And I mean really, really free for now, because you could just click in the link in the description down below. You get access to that tool to see how the traders are jumping in and out of the market. Fair warning though, for now it is completely free. But eventually within the next few weeks or something like that, maybe even month, you will have to be signed up with one of my affiliate exchange links to be able to access that tool. But I use this to help me with some of my trading decisions as well. It's very cool to see that the longs have been piling in and the price could potentially be forming a lower high. We're getting close to confirming a bearish CVD divergence. And the target becomes the low, if that occurs. And we're trying to add also like the liquidity here as well. So you can see how close price is to current liquidity. We want to make this the best tool on the market. And right now it is completely free if you guys want to access it. Keith Jones, you received $46 from the competition. Congratulations, man. Absolutely awesome. Is it better to wait to join, or will those who join be grandfathered in? So the way that it works with these tools, you guys see me constantly give you analysis using the MindPillar tools. I want to make this the best possible tool on the markets. So we're working really hard to develop this. To answer your question, look, you can use it for free now, but if you want to have access to all of this forever, just be an active trader. Just make Bluffin your go-to exchange, or Weeks, or any of these for that matter. If you make it your go-to exchange and you're a trader of the market, you will always get access to these tools for free on MindPillar, always. So you might as well already sign up and start trading whatever exchange works here. I'm going to try to add some more options because I know some of you were asking, but it's up to you. For now, you can access it for free, but you won't have access to it, say in a month's time, if you're not trading with any of these links down below. That's how we're going to make it free. Let's see. Gemma Gov, you don't have to be afraid to ask, man. Basically, it's just an interface that we're creating where you have access to all of the analytics that I personally use to navigate the crypto market. I've been working on this for a while with our team. I work with Andy and Devolt as well, collectively. And it's just like your all-in-one tool for crypto trading, But also, I know that there's some of you that don't want to jump into trades, and that's fine. You know I like leverage trading, but from an investment standpoint, it's also going to be a very good tool because it'll give you access to things like the drawdown from all-time high, where are we currently looking at in terms of the terminal price, historical risk levels, all of these things you can access down below here. But if you want access to it forever, for now you can access it without anything, then you have to trade on any of these exchanges. I'm just being fully transparent with you. So let's see what happens with Bitcoin here. We're looking like we want to lock in that bearish CVD divergence. MEXC is shocking. I'm sorry guys, I'm not gonna add MEXC. I've discussed it before. They've had issues with freezing other people's funds. I'm not gonna recommend that exchange. Sorry. Mohammed Khalaf, I'm looking at the analytics. What do you mean? Mohammed Khalaf says, I don't understand. The meeting hasn't started and you're bearish. I'm looking at the data, guys. It's not about the meeting. It's not about the Fed meeting. By the way, Michael Saylor is in the shitter here. He proposed doing their dividends twice a month, and no one is buying this shit. 91. We are well below par. So I know you guys sometimes don't like when I shit on Michael Saylor, but guys, it's a Ponzi. It's literally a Ponzi. Mohammed Khalaf, I wanted to just talk about it. It's just looking at the price action. So bearish CVD is when longs are jumping in and the longs are making higher highs. So it means that longs are getting very aggressive in the market, but the price action is looking like it could be creating a lower high. So for this to be canceled and not be bearish CVD divergence, you would want to see price pump higher from here. So it's very important that price continues higher. Otherwise, the bearish CVD divergence is locked in and the target becomes the lows. However, the opposite is also true. If people are jumping into shorts and the price fails to make a lower low, then naturally that would be bullish CVD divergence. So if the shorts are jumping in like crazy. You like the liquidity bars? Yeah, man. We've been talking about this for a while, the three of us, and there's not many tools that actually add the liquidity bars. I feel like it gives a really good insight as to where price could spike before getting a potential rejection, assessing these liquidity grabs. I think it's really, really nice. But we're going to keep on developing this and making it better, obviously. This is just the beginning. Thoughts on the Kalshi exchange? Isn't that a betting market? Betting, like a prediction platform? Bearish in a downtrend, shocker. Yeah, Pygauze, it is great confluence with the fair value gaps. Absolutely. You know I don't really talk about fair value gaps that much on the channel, but it is the liquidity does tend to coincide with it. Yeah, mobile version would be in the works as well. But right now, Legends, a lot of you have asked me, even beginner traders in particular, asked me basically if I would recommend trading on your mobile device. And while I do sometimes manage my positions, for the most part, I avoid it. And I've been trading for almost a decade now. So I would say that if you're a newbie, I would recommend just sticking to the computer. FOMC in 1 hour and 10 minutes. We've just hit 5 hours on the live stream. If you're enjoying the content, it really helps the channel if you leave a like, smash that like button, subscribe, turn on the post notification bell. We're at 533. Let's get to 600 likes ASAP. Our objective is going to be 700 likes before FOMC. You heard that right? 700 likes before FOMC. That's going to be the goal. So we have 1 hour and 10 minutes to hit 700 likes. It should be a pretty interesting FOMC. I think we're going to see the price spike around a lot. Chop, chop, chop. I am currently in 4 active positions in this market. A Bitcoin short, which is currently up just under $600,000. A SpaceX long, which is up. I've secured $4,000 in profit, but my stop loss is at break even. So if this dumps, I don't really care. It was a smaller position. Another Bitcoin short, which is up just under 50K. And then a Tau position, which is currently up around 35K. It's been fluctuating a lot over the course of this live stream. All these trades were shared in my group, guys. If you want to join, remember you have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC. My group takes priority. DM me that keyword if you want to join. It is a free group. And now, as we wait, good volume on likes. That's a great indicator that everyone is bullish on Bitcoin. Is that so? What are we looking at for likes now? We got to hit 700 before FOMC. 553. Doesn't look like we're going to get even close. We still got over an hour though. We're good. You have more likes than viewers at the moment. That's insane. Yes and no, because the thing is, it's a lot of people tune in and tune out. So overall, like I have my data right here. Overall, there's, I've gone just over 7,600 views on this live stream. So likes compared to viewers, not even close at this point. But active viewers, yes. But that's the goal. That's how it was in the last live stream, right? The one where we got 1,000 likes, we got around 15K views. I see you're still alive, Matt. Of course I'm still alive. Of course, guys. My resting heart rate, actually funny story about the resting heart rate. My mom took me to the doctors because my resting heart rate was ridiculously low and she was concerned. And the family doctor told us to really go see a specialist because even he was concerned. So we got it checked out, and it turns out that I'm just an animal. I'm an absolute beast. So my resting heart rate is just naturally low. That was a funny story. Just from probably all the football growing up. Very, very active. And now I got energy for the live streams, baby. We've been at it for 5 hours. Can anyone tell me if my energy has dropped? The answer is no. Maybe at the 6-7 hour mark, the answer will be yes. But we've been killing it so far. Absolutely smashing it. Bro was chilling too hard. Your channel has grown, and I'm glad to be part of it from the beginning. We are seeing $67,500 for Bitcoin. Let's see it. Let's see it. Salvador Perez says, let's get 2,000 likes with the live tennis game in Puerto Rico. You are going to like it more than Dubai. Your energy is good. Proud of you. Thank you very much. I'm trying to produce more energy on the live stream. My videos are a lot more chill, but let's see what happens. I'm looking forward to this, guys. It's a big deal. This is the new Fed chair, and it's his first ever FOMC. So we get a glimpse as to, you know, where his head's at, what he's thinking. Is he going to be dovish? Is he going to be hawkish? So we have the economic projections at 10 p.m. Dubai time, which is in 1 hour and 5 minutes, and we also have the Fed press conference at 10:30 p.m. So we're going to cover both. We still got at minimum, I mean, that means what? Minimum another hour and a half on the live stream. Minimum. Maybe I should start cycling. I've considered it. Now we have Eric Trump being bullish on Bitcoin. Oh man, that's not good. That's not good. I don't know if you guys saw this. What on earth is this? Trump was talking about the president of Egypt, and he just said he was in a hotel and he met him and they fell in love, comma, deeply in love. What? Walking is better. I walk all the time, guys. I told you at the beginning of the live stream I was going to be fueled, and I am fueled. We're caffeinated. We've eaten well. We've exercised. We've gotten sunlight. I've meditated this morning. I'm feeling great, guys. Absolutely great. But you know what would make me feel greater? If we can get to over 1,000 likes this live stream and break a record. That would make me feel greater. Someone... Man, I can't say anything about the Europe regulation. Because I'm not a financial advisor, I'm not a tax advisor. I read your comment, man, but I can't actively address it. Surely one of my exchanges work for you in your region, but I can't give you my opinion or anything like that on Mika because I'm not based in Europe, guys. And remember that nothing that I talk about on the channel should be construed as financial advice. Remember, I'm a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. You don't have to use the Bluffin exchange, guys. There's other options down below. We have Weeks, 2bit, BTCC. And if you're wondering about Bluffin and what they do with Mika, I would recommend that you just reach out to their customer support and ask. Um, Andy Beauclerc, my son says hi. Tell your son that I say hello as well. I like Weeks. Honestly, Weeks is a great exchange too. I've had no issues with them. They give you tons of assets to trade, and I trust them with a good amount of capital on the exchanges as well. Ethiopia Bitcoin, they are not accepted. I'm assuming you're from Ethiopia. I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I have not looked into that. Can you give your thought process on my Tau trade? No, I would not do BitUnix, to be honest. Simply because when we had the 10 out of 10 liquidation events, they weren't functioning properly. Blofin was. So, is KYC required on the exchanges? Guys, KYC is not required. Look, when I'm trading with a lot of capital, it's a personal decision. I KYC. I like KYCing when I'm trading with a lot of capital on the exchange. But it's not required. It's not required. The Jean de Machine might be onto something, guys. The Palau ID. I've read about that, but I've never used it. How old are you, bro? I'm 218 years old. What about Ubit? What on earth is that? Pygauss might be onto something as well. Bum. Yes, the stock market. If you want to trade the stock market, you can do so on all the exchanges that I'm talking about, guys. You can trade the stock market on Bluffin, you can trade it on Weeks, you can trade it on 2bit, and I think you can also trade it on BTCC. I have my capital like spread out. Bluffin is my main one. Then I have Weeks. I have about 40K on, yeah, 42 on BTCC, and I think I have about 20-ish on 2bit. Yeah, just under 25 on 2-bit. But for the most part, I use these ones, Bluffin and Weeks. 1 hour until FOMC. 1 hour, guys. 1 hour. I don't trust Mexi. I do not trust Mexi. That's a pretty damn big wick, guys. That's a pretty big wick to the upside. Potentially forming. We grab this liquidity here, and we got a nice sweep of the level. It's a pretty big wick. Pretty big wick. I'm in my shorts on Bitcoin ×2, SpaceX long, and then I have my Tau position, and we're just sitting and relaxing. We are relaxing. Purchase media. Let's go, man. Let's go, my man. I was gonna make myself another coffee, but it's 9 p.m. and genuinely, I find my energy levels are pretty. We're up there, man. We're up there. Amazing studio. If you ask that question one more time. Krypton Dawn, they're not great because I've had 6-7-figure trader friends of mine not being able to withdraw their funds. So if you're a serious trader, I would not recommend them. Do you take magnesium? Of course. Guys, I'm into the whole health optimization. Believe me. Yes. The answer is yes. Legends. Salvador Perez says that I should close all my shorts and I should enter a long and ride the supposed wave up. What do you think? Do I close all my shorts? Legends, just read what Danny Tanner said in the comments. Oh, Salvador Perez, an even better idea, guys. Salvador Perez says that I should close my short and put all my gains in MicroStrategy. Yeah, that's a great idea, man. That's just a great idea. I'll put all my gains in the Ponzi. I wonder if Sailor, as a sunny degree here, says, I wonder if Sailor can blow up his stock a second time like he did in 2000. I wonder if he can do that. He's already pretty damn close. Are you going to stream the FOMC meeting? Legends. Legends. I mean, I don't know if you're a new viewer, but we are absolutely animals on this channel. So the answer is yes. We've been at it for 5.5 hours almost. Of course, of course. I mean, I hope you can see, based on the title and thumbnail, that I will indeed be streaming the FOMC meeting. We're going to be streaming not only the economic projections, but also 30 minutes after that, the actual Fed press conference. We will cover it live on the channel. Should be exciting. And that'll be a good point because we'll get late into the live stream so I can chill a little bit and watch it with you guys. Ozo's crypto. My comments get overlooked. It's sad. I don't know. I'm trying to read. Which comments, man? Thank you for the reply here. New and excited. Awesome, man. Welcome to the channel. Hi, Matt. Why don't you like Binance? A lot of Asians use Binance as an exchange. Would you consider it in the future? Probably not, simply because I've also been pretty vocal about not being a fan of CZ. I know a lot of people see him as like this amazing guy in the industry, but the manipulation that happens from their side, particularly when we saw the whole issue with Wintermute and the manipulation of meme coins, pump and dumps, and things like that, I just steer clear. So those are my thoughts. What's your opinion on possible rate cuts in the future? Maybe. But guys, again, I don't spend time speculating on rate cuts when the market is pricing in a 0% chance of rate cuts. If there was a little bit of a probability, then yeah. But if you look at the CME Group's tool, which is the standard tool, and most of the time the market is correct in this regard, FOMC meeting today, 99.6% chance of no change. Next FOMC meeting, 91% chance, 9% chance of hike. September, 31% chance of hike, 0% chance of ease. October, you could see in the top right corner here, the probabilities of a hike continue to increase the further down we go, with 0% ease. Zero. So, because of this, I don't really spend time speculating on rate cuts. We cannot live in dreamland, guys. I don't know if there's still crypto influencers that are talking about rate cuts. I know Salvador Perez thinks we're going to get rate cuts in the chat down below. But the probabilities don't favor rate cuts. So it is what it is, right? The markets don't always give you what you want. Learn to trade the markets that are right in front of you, and don't be hopeful of something that has a very low probability. In fact, I mean, I would never put 0%, right? Never. But that's what they're saying, right? That's what they're saying. And you know I'm a contrarian trader on the channel, but in terms of the CME Group and these kinds of predictions, historically they are pretty damn accurate. So anyways, I'm not going to speculate on rate cuts. Kaveh, you're not watching the World Cup? I would. And last night at 11 p.m. in Dubai, I was watching the France-Senegal game. But I will maybe stay up to watch a little bit of a later game tonight, if there is one. What? Portugal's playing right now, right? Yeah, Gemma Gov, your comments is actually true. The amount of exchanges, I'm going to be fully transparent with all of you that are watching. The amount of crypto exchanges that have reached out to me recently and seen how great we are as a community. You can see here, we came first in the Bluffin trading competition out of thousands of teams. The amount of crypto exchanges that have reached out after that competition is baffling. Please, please, can you trade on our platform? Can you share it with your community? Unless I see a better opportunity, it's highly likely that I stick with Bluffin, guys. Like, I like them. I've been using them for a while, and Weeks is my number 2. Still a great platform. Still a great platform. All the links in the description down below if you want to trade as I am currently trading. You have them down below. Weeks, 2-bit, BTCC, and Bluffin, my number 1, where you can get 25% off your trading fees and $500 exclusively on the platform. Bluffin sounds like some kind of pufferfish. Yeah, yeah, valid, valid. 1-0. All right, legends. I am gonna take this opportunity to just go to the washroom, fill up my water bottles. Give me 1 minute. The bass beat synced perfectly with your walking. Let's look at Zcash. I think price stalls around here until FOMC, to be honest. I think we had a big move up. Now we're chopping, and the volatility will happen into FOMC, especially the press conference, right? Matt, have you ever done a challenge for fun to test your edge, like turning $10 into $100,000 within about 100 trades? No. $10 into $100,000? That's big. That's that would be a tricky one, man. Someone wants me to check hype. We created, this was a great trade on the stream where we talked about this being a potential entry for a short, but then we popped right back up. So now, making the case for a potential double top. The buying pressure on hype is just insane though. Like, I think it's Hyperscan on the dashboard. So supposedly, there's $27 million worth of buy pressure in the next 24 hours. And it's continuous. All right, pretty insane. Did we close? We closed below the wick. So what I would keep my eyes out for, Legends, we've talked about this before, but if you have a big candle and then you have a wick and then the following candle closes below the previous wick and the next one follows suit, then it could be pretty damn ugly in terms of a dump. But obviously now we're above. If this candle closes below this wick over here, I think there could be another big move to the downside. Right now we're looking fine though. There's something to keep in mind. You want acceptance above the wicks. Right now this looks like this would have been a good SFP short trade, position protected. QNTX. I've seen you talk about this a lot, right? Oof! What on earth is this? Big move. Okay. What capital did you start with trading? So I talked about this on the channel before. I started with a few $1,000s and I was supplementing my trading with my full-time income and my business. So I constantly added to my pot. I didn't start with, I'm not going to be the guy that says, hey, I started with $10 and I turned it into hundreds of thousands of dollars. No, that's not the case. I started with a few thousand and I kept on adding, and I had a pretty decent income and a business that was earning me money as well on the side. The review of Tau trade, please. Levels, thought process, etc. You started, then you got lost in the comments. My bad, man. Yeah, so in my group, we entered or I shouldn't say we, because remember, you make your own decisions in this market. I entered a short on Tau, and I'm currently up around $30,000. I shared this in my group about 2 days ago, and the thought process was pretty clear. I thought basically we had a lot of leverage longs that jumped in here, so that's one. Two, if you go on the 4 hour, you can see that this area has previously acted as support and resistance. This zone, I'll take a box actually. This zone here, right? This zone has acted as support and resistance multiple times. And so I was betting on the fact that we would essentially not flip this zone. And again, as a swing trader, the higher time frames are important, right? So not only did we get close to this zone, I entered up here. By the way, if you see this, I would not recommend that you just copy this trade because we're already down significantly from my entry. You can see that it's already up 98%. But this was shared in my group. This zone is a crucial support resistance flip. And once we got this massive move up, this was looking like a good opportunity to enter a short from around this zone, given the price action that we were also seeing with Bitcoin. Now, something else that adds to this analysis is if I look at the 1 week time frame, a lot of people were bullish on Tau, but as far as I can see, the market structure is still bearish. So I was betting on another high forming from around this region. So that's kind of the thought process. Yeah, and that's basically it. If I look at the liquidity, just to show you, I don't know if people have started jumping into shorts now. I haven't monitored it recently. Tau. Yeah, on the 1 day, it's pretty even. 7 day, see what I mean? There's a lot of longs, even on the 7 day. I wonder 30 day, how's it looking? Oof, okay, we got some shorts. But I will say that we've already made around $15,000 realized on this trade. And I may shave some more depending on the outcome of FOMC, plus move my stop loss to break even. So let's see what happens out of this. But yeah, the structure and the fact that we were tapping into this higher time frame support resistance zone made it a good short from my perspective. So yeah, that's why I entered that position. That trade, as well as all the other trades that you're seeing on screen, guys, you know where to find me if you want to see how I've been trading this market. It is a free group. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join my group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. So you literally just click this link. It'll bring you to a page like this. You click send message and you DM me the keyword BTC. I have to warn you though, I am a swing trader and I don't take on 1 million trades per day. That is for sure. When I get a good position in this market, I milk the crap out of it. So I take profits on the way down, specifically for this Bitcoin short, which is up just under 600K, and this was also shared in my group. I milk the crap out of it. I take profits once we hit crucial support levels. On the bounce back up, on the relief rallies, I add to the position, and then I take more profits on the way down. And I'm riding the wave of the bear market, which is what we're in. We're in a bear market. Oh my God, man, you are still live. Of course I'm still live. Are we shocked, guys? Are we shocked that I'm still live? We've only been at it for just under 6 hours. I'm feeling pretty good. Of course we're live. FOMC is in 30 minutes. $52%. Nate, yes, Bluffin should be better. Bluffin should be better. And Bluffin is overall a better exchange because during the 10 out of 10 liquidation event, it had no issues. It was up and operational. I think people seem to forget that. Better grab some popcorn. Oof. You know what, guys? I'm going to make some popcorn for FOMC. Not when we get not when we get the economic projections, but when we get the press conference and I'm listening to the new Fed chair speak and answer questions, I'm gonna make some popcorn. Yeah. Definitely gonna make some popcorn. You are a freaking animal. How do you even sit for hours being a swing trader? I mean, it's fun to hang out with you guys, to teach you how I approach the market. And sometimes I take a couple of cheeky scalps here and there, but I think the most profitable way to trade is by being a swing trader. It is also the least stressful way. My open order is, my only open order, guys, is my stop loss at break even on my Bitcoin trade, guys. So what I do in this market is I try to get favorable positions. I take profits on the way down if I'm shorting, profits on the way up if I'm longing, and I like to move my stop loss to break even when I get that favorable price action. So now, the worst case scenario, the absolute worst case scenario for my Bitcoin short is that I made $446,000 and I miss out on these unrealized gains. That is the worst possible thing that can happen. Not a bad scenario if you ask me, because now I'm playing with house money. What camera do you use for streaming? The quality is amazing. Thank you. The camera, I went through a bunch of different cameras. This one is the Sony FX30, and I have a lens attached to it as well. It's been pretty solid. I had a different Sony, which was a cheaper model, because I thought it could do the job, but then I started doing these longer live streams, and at around the 2-hour mark, 3-hour mark, it would start overheating. And I don't know if you remember, I don't know who are the OGs that are still here, but when I was visiting my mom back in Canada, I was live streaming and the camera turned off and you guys could still hear me, but the camera was off. I don't know who remembers that, but anyways, that was annoying. So now this one doesn't overheat, and naturally I'm doing much longer streams than 3 hours. My risk to reward ratio, it really depends. On my big swing trades, guys, oftentimes I start out the trade with a 2-for-1 risk to reward, maybe even 3-for-1. However, they end up being 10-to-1, 20-to-1, 15-to-1, because I just ride the momentum. I will say though, being in Dubai and meeting some very, very successful crypto traders, traders that are, you guys see me trading with hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm talking about traders that are trading with multi-million dollar trades every trade, and they also don't have any social media profile. Very, very serious traders. These guys, some of them trade one-to-one risk to reward, which sounds obscene because everything that you think about in terms of a successful trader is to always look for a good risk to reward. But if you have the wins under your belt and most of your trades are winners, you can get away with a one-to-one risk to reward. I'm a little bit different in the sense of I sometimes take multiple small losses, and then one trade will absolutely cover all my losses and then some. So it really depends what kind of trader you are, right? Mohammed Khalaf says that he got news from under tables. Rates are going to be cut. Mohammed Khalaf says the rates are going to be cut. Yeah, it's Clammy Sparks, you're correct. It's about the asset you're trading as well, right? But I like trading crypto because the volatility gives us opportunity. Legends. Just under 20 minutes until we get the FOMC economic projections. But the real thing that we want to pay attention to is the Fed press conference, which is in approximately 50 minutes from now. So make sure you're smashing the like button and you've subscribed. It's going to be a good one. What are we sitting at now? Let me refresh. We said 700 likes before FOMC. Oof, we're nowhere near it. We're nowhere near it, guys. We're nowhere near it. Can we do it? We have just over 20 minutes to get 80 likes. I think we can do it. Let's see if we can do it, legends. There's 558 of us watching, and these are some new viewers. So hello to you if you're watching. Welcome to the channel. But let's destroy that like button. Yeah, we're going the full distance today. We're going the full distance today. We swept the high. Remember what I said. Remember what we discussed. If you get a 1 hour close below here again, this could cascade down. You can see if I zoom in, we got that close here below the wick. This is a battle between bulls and bears. It's a battle. We had a lot of longs that entered the market recently. More longs than shorts today. More longs than shorts on the weekly. Potential bearish CVD divergence. Longs jumping into the market, creating a lower high. That means CVD divergence is bearish. How awesome is Dubai? Thinking of moving. It really depends what you want, right? I like it here. I really do like it in Dubai. It's great. It's a great experience. It really does push you to be the best version of yourself. Not to be cringe, guys, but it does. Because no matter how successful you guys think I may be, when I look around, I am like a tiny fish over here. Tiny. The amount of wealth here is just incomparable. And they're always forward thinking. They're very, you know, they like crypto, which is great. They're crypto friendly. One of the most crypto friendly places on earth. And I actually just read a tweet here. Dubai just launched a program to train 1 million people in prompt engineering over the next 3 years. The program is called 1 Million Prompters, training courses, accredited certifications, competitions, a network to connect with experts across the AI ecosystem. So the Crown Prince of Dubai said that coding was formerly in demand, but today prompt engineering has become one of the most promising skills. They're just always at the forefront of these things, right? And that's how you get ahead as a society. So I like it here. No complaints. My only little complaint is being a Canadian, the nature in Canada is just incomparable. Whenever I go back to Canada, you know, getting that fresh air with the trees, you're never going to get that here in the Middle East, right? It's incomparable. Yeah. But that's why I travel a lot. I like it here. Guys, 15 minutes until FOMC. We're in some shorts. We are in some shorts. I'm in 4 active positions. SpaceX long, Bitcoin short, then another Bitcoin short. I'm in a Tau short. I'm in all these positions now. All of these trades were shared within my community. Remember, if you want to join for free, you have the first link in the description down below. You click this link, and if you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join my group for free. BTC. The only requirement is that you're trading on any of these exchanges down below. And these aren't just random exchanges. They're the ones that I personally use. So we have Bluffin and Weeks as my main ones. I'm sitting comfy in my positions. You're from Canada too. Nice, man. Nice. Yeah, Canada's... I like Canada for its nature. It's so nice. Phantom JJR says he's comfy in his shorts. Of course you are, of course. But we see. Maybe we get a squeeze to the upside. This is the first zone where we're experiencing a little bit of resistance, right? On this uptrend over the past few days. Legends, we have 13 minutes. Can we do it? 13 minutes? Oof. 13 minutes to get 47 likes. There's 568, 70 of you watching. 13 minutes. 13 minutes, guys. We could do it. 700 likes. Let's do it. Let's do it, legends. Before FOMC. No, I didn't watch the UFC. I'm more of a football guy. Jean de Machin, I don't like spamming, mate. Sorry. What did Jean de Machin say? I missed it. I haven't been looking at the chat too much here. Jean de Machin. I'm scrolling up to see what Jean de Machin said. I cannot find it. You might have to repeat yourself. I'm already in a short. Charaldinho, let's hit the goal and maybe he'll show us the trade if he does it. What do you mean, the trade? I am in a trade, my friends. Samantha Higgins, hello. How are you doing? Devil, how are you doing? Guys, I'm telling you right now, if you spam the comment section, I will gladly put you in timeout. So to give you a quick recap, we have 10 minutes until FOMC. Woof! We're 15 likes away from the 700 like target before FOMC. We have 10 minutes to hit 15 likes. We could do that. We could definitely do that. That came out of nowhere, guys. We got this. Now, to give you a quick recap, the expectation at this Fed meeting is that we're likely just going to see no change. It's the new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh's first meeting, first FOMC that he's hosting. So he's probably not going to want to step on anyone's toes. He is historically a little bit more hawkish, but he is also the first pro-crypto Fed chair, or the real pro-crypto Fed chair. I don't think we're going to get anything crazy in terms of a surprise rate hike or rate cut for that matter. However, what we really want to pay attention to is 30 minutes after the Fed press conference, we will hear his first remarks. And I think that this will be pretty significant. You know, there's pressure from the government, from Trump in particular, to cut rates. The markets are not pricing that in at all. In fact, The further down you go, if we go to December of 2026, that FOMC, this is the CME Group website, there's a 62% chance of rate hikes. So whether Kevin, I'm just gonna call him Kevin. Kevin by his first name. Whether Kevin comes across as dovish or hawkish remains to be seen, but historically he is a little bit more hawkish when it comes to monetary policy. Yeah, and in terms of my trades, I'm currently in 4 trades, 2 Bitcoin shorts on different exchanges, 1 Tau position which is hovering around the 30K to 40K in unrealized profits. I haven't taken a ton from this trade yet. I've secured around $15,000. This was my most recent trade that I entered about 1.5 days ago in my community. Remember, I am a swing trader, right? So I'm pretty patient with my entries. SpaceX, I'm still longing it with my stop loss at break even, and this is the other Bitcoin short. I may consider adding to my Bitcoin short if we see a spike to the upside. Today we got a spike going into FOMC, and as I discussed, I would personally, if I was bullish, which I'm not, I would not want to see Bitcoin pump into FOMC like this. We've hit higher time frame potential resistance again. We've swept these local highs where we had a lot of short leverage to be grabbed. And so if we get another squeeze up, I'd look to potentially add to my existing shorts. Because structurally speaking, if we zoom out, and as a swing trader, it's important to zoom out, we are still in a bear market. I don't think that this is the bear market low. When Bitcoin was up here, I was very, very bearish, and I shared it with you and with you on the channel and within my community that we were going to revisit the 60K lows. Mission complete. We've revisited the 60K lows. We've set new lows. But we know that there's 2 things that Bitcoin can do. Number 1, I will pull up my other longer term Bitcoin chart. Number 1 is just absolutely capitulate in the summer, create a lower low in June, like deep lower lows, call it 50 to 55K. That is one possibility. The other possibility, which it looks like we're trying to play that possibility, is the June 2018 scenario where you set a low at the beginning of the year. So this was in February. I zoom into today's price action. We set that low in the beginning of the year in February. Then in June, you set a new low, but you just sweep that low, and then you get a little bit of a relief rally before chopping around and then moving lower later in the year. We're trying to lock in this scenario because currently we've swept the low, we've set a lower low like we did in June of 2018 in Bitcoin's bear market, and now you can see the price action. So I would be willing to attempt a long if we come back down and liquidate some more longs here to try and play this. Now, if I lose out on that trade, I'm more than happy because I have my shorts. This is why it's so nice to be hedged in the market as I am. I'm in my shorts. If price wants to just nuke and I take a loss on the long, I don't give a crap. I mean, I do. I don't want to lose money, obviously. But you get the point. My shorts are so big and they were so well... I'm going to stop patting myself on the back. I'm just going to say that I've played this bear market very, very well. On every single relief rally, I've added to my shorts, and every single local bottom, I've taken profits from my shorts. And this has been all done publicly on the channel and within my community. So I'm happy with how we've performed. Let's see. And did we get to the 700? We got to the 700. Well done, guys. 710 likes. All the trades that I've discussed, legends, all of them that you see on screen here, shared within my community for free. If you want to join, you have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC, so Bitcoin's ticker, on Telegram after clicking this first link. You'll be prompted with a bot. It'll basically just ask you if you've signed up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below, and you start trading on there as you normally do with your own capital. My go-to is the first one where you get 25% off fees, bluffing, and then you also have weeks as an alternative, 2-bit BTCC. 5 minutes until we have the interest rate decision. I'm expecting no changes. Let me go to this one. Now, hey, look at that. We just covered this, guys. This was much lower. This was like 0 point something. Now the odds of a rate hike have popped up a little bit more. So let's see what happens. There is no indication of rate cuts. So maybe if he comes across as dovish, that could fuel the markets higher, as Salvador Perez in the chat has been saying. So let's see. Let's see how this all plays out. We don't have the shorts that you have though, Maddie. I have to be real, man. If you're in the community, you definitely have the shorts that I have. Definitely. And I'm doing my best to get people in the community for free. It's a free group where I share my trades, but if you don't want to join, it's okay. It's okay. I'll still do the live streams and the content here. I get it. But let's see. Is this your longest stream ever? We may go for a record. It is not my longest stream ever, because my longest stream ever was this one, 7 hours and 46 minutes. We're currently at 6 hours. So we got a ways to go to make it the longest ever. The objective with today's live stream is to hit over 1,000 likes, and we will go, if we're looking like we're on track, I will extend it past the record. So we'll do a record stream and we'll monitor the price action here. SpaceX just chopping around, so I'm still in this trade. Let's see. But I'd love to make it a record stream, guys. It'd be awesome. Peter Hanley, to be fair, I've just joined, so my bad. No worries, man. No worries. I have to say, though, there are a couple of people that are mainly scalpers, and they just want to jump in and out of positions, And when they come to my group, the ones that do join my group are like, bro, what's going on? Why aren't you posting 3 trades a day? It's, I'm a swing trader, guys. There's definitely a couple weeks there where I didn't even post a single trade because I hold my positions. I get really good entries. I maintain these positions. And that's the beauty of being a swing trader. You're relatively stress-free, and I probably make more money than most in these markets because I'm not so obsessed with the lower time frame. So anyways, we got 2 minutes until the interest rate decision. Why have you not monetized this channel? Good question. Because I don't need to, guys. I'm trading the markets, right? We've so far on this live stream, we've had 11,000 views over the course of 6 hours. I probably could have made a good amount of money just monetizing, but there's no ads on the channel. There's nothing. I just trade the markets and I share it with you. And then I have my free group as well. That's it. That's it. Right? Maybe down the line I turn on monetization, but for now it's like, what's the point? What's the point? So we're gonna get the interest rate decision live. It should be shortly. Let's see who wins. Tell me the interest rate decision in the chat as soon as it comes out. Let's see who comes first. I'm expecting no changes, guys. No changes. All right, it should be out. Same, no change. Exactly. No change on the interest rate decision, but make sure you're still watching the live stream, guys, because the more important thing is the Fed press conference, which is in 30 minutes from now. So grab your popcorn, look at that dump. We are dumping, as expected, but now we see if he comes across as dovish, maybe things will be okay. maybe price goes up a little bit more. But right now, as I like to say on the channel, I'm comfy in my shorts. Very, very comfy in my shorts. We hit this higher time frame level. We've grabbed the liquidity. Now let's see what happens. My next trade is probably going to be a long, but I want to see what happens with this Fed press conference. This is the beauty with FOMC. It's entertaining to watch this kind of volatility. Comfy in the shorts. We're comfy shorting this market, and we see what happens. There's 30 minutes left until the economic projections, guys. 30 minutes left. If he comes across as dovish, maybe markets go right back up. But this is the volatility we've come to expect with FOMC. And all the trades that you're seeing here, legends, my 4 trades that I'm currently in, my Tau short, my Bitcoin shorts, my SpaceX long as well, all shared within my community. If you want to join, it's completely free. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, Bitcoin's ticker, click this link, and you get access to my group for free. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below, and you start trading on there as you normally do. It's where I share all of my trades, and my group is prioritized. So whatever capital, it's $500 minimum that you trade with your own money. But we have some members that are trading with 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. We even have a couple of millionaires in my group that are trading this market. If you want access to that for free, DM me the keyword BTC. And apologies for the shilling. I'm seeing that we're getting some more viewers, so I want to help as many people as possible. It's a free group. So yeah, let's see what happens here. We got 30 minutes. I wish market will dump when watch Maddie live streams. Cali Compiler says, this is why. Cali Compiler says, this is why I like trading the higher time frames. Lower time frames is just stress and noise. Yeah, agreed, man. Agreed. Lower time frames is stress and noise. Look, when I got into trading, I was trading the lower time frames all the time. All the time. But as I've grown my capital and I started to value my stress, my stress levels and how well I sleep at night, I've gone into swing trading. And that's it, right? That's it. Icy Shots says his only issue is that he can't sleep with an open order. Icy Shots, I have the solution to that issue. And the solution to the issue is probably not what you want to hear. The solution to the issue is never risk more than you can afford to lose. You've probably heard it before. But my saying, and I've been saying this since I've started my YouTube channel, guys, if you cannot sleep at night with a position open in the market, you are risking too much capital. That is it. That is it. That should be your barometer. Hey, good to see you, bro. It's Mr. Never Marry Your Bag. Exactly. Hey mate, good day from Australia. Love to see you live. The only channel that's changing people's lives. Oh, John's, that's very nice of you. Thank you. Whew, whew. Wow. Okay, guys, so we've... Okay. Now this makes things tricky. Wow. That is a dump and a half. The shorts are printing. That is a dump and a half. Wow. Let's see. Now we see if we get a pump. Let's see what Kevin Warsh says. We still have 25 minutes. And if you haven't already, legends, make sure to destroy that like button. Let's get to 800 likes. There's 800 people watching right now. All of you that are new, welcome to the channel. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to be covering the FOMC live stream when the new Fed chair finally takes the mic. I think the conference is really what you want to pay attention to. That's the thing. The conference is the main thing. When did I take profits? So I've been taking profits on the way down. We've made around 450K on this trade so far. I'm going to maintain the position, right? I'm going to maintain the position. I've taken 15K profits on my Tau short as well. And all of this was shared within my community, guys. If you want to join for free, remember you have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram and you get access to my group for free. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. But fair warning, if you just want a gazillion different trade setups a day, that is not the kind of group. That's not what I'm about. I'm a swing trader. So I'm pretty patient with my positions in this market. I think we're gonna see volatility here. I don't think it's just gonna be straight down. Very unlikely that we get any kind of confirmation price action, confirmed price action, until we hear what our friend Kevin, the new Fed chair, says. So I wouldn't be reading too much into this yet. Look, I know people are, for some reason, hopeful about rate cuts, but we've discussed the fact that the probabilities are slim to none of getting rate cuts. So no changes. It's really his tone of voice. Kevin Warsh is historically a little bit more hawkish, but on our side as crypto traders, he is by far the biggest admirer of crypto from a Fed chair standpoint. So in the long term, regardless of what happens, it should be positive. He believes in crypto. So that's a good thing, in my opinion. There's obviously pressure from the government, from Trump in particular, for rate cuts. And this is what I was saying, guys. We're probably just going to chop around. A lot of volatility on both sides here. I wouldn't read too much into it. But on the one-day time frame, you can see that now some shorts have jumped in. So before there was more cumulative long liquidation leverage in the market. And that's usually good if you're targeting downside. But now that shorts have jumped in, maybe it's not so clear. Still more shorts on the weekly time frame, which is part of the reason why I've maintained my shorts in this market. We're up around $40,000 on Tau, around 150K unrealized on Bitcoin, but we've secured some profits. That's the main thing. You secure profits on the way down. Always pay yourself first. I cannot lose this Bitcoin trade, for example, because my stop loss is at break even. The worst case scenario is that I end this trade with $400,000 in profit and I move on. But I'm playing with this because I do think that Bitcoin will likely move lower over the course of this year, irrespective of what happens on the lower time frames here. And all of these trades were shared within my community, as always. Let's go through some comments. We have just under 20 minutes, right? Yeah, crazy. Stocks and metals look like they were expecting rate cut. You guys got to realize the Fed isn't even thinking about crypto when they make their decision. We are so small. Gemma Gov, completely accurate, guys. We are nobodies when it comes. You think the Fed thinks, I wonder if cutting rates would be good for crypto. I wonder if rate hikes would be good for. They don't think that way. We are so small. Think of it. Think of it. What is one moment. The total crypto market cap was around 2.2 trillion, and SpaceX as an individual stock exceeded the total crypto market cap, including Bitcoin. That's how small we are. But there's a positive side to that, and that is that regardless of what people think, I think we're early for the next 10 years, for the next 20 years, which is why I'm so bullish on Bitcoin in the long term. Regardless of what my views have been on the channel of being bearish over the course of this year, it's a historical bear market. It makes sense. I'm so bullish on Bitcoin long term. I want to make that abundantly clear. And I cannot wait to ride the wave up with you guys. Right now, I still don't think that the bear market low is confirmed, right? That's just how it is. Max Stone as well has a good point. The beauty of swing trading is that you can be a trader and a separate business owner at the same time. Totally true. Totally true. Wait, sorry, let's cover this. You mentioned Kobasi Letter. I like covering them on the channel. They have some good insights. Gold dumping, rate hikes, summary of the Fed decision. So the Fed left rates unchanged. This is not surprising. 9 out of 8. Oof, guys, that's pretty significant. 50% of the officials expect at least one rate hike this year. That's a lot. The Fed lowers its medium 2026 US GDP projection from 2.4% to 2.2%. Fed now sees PCE inflation not returning to its 2% target until 2028. The Fed says inflation remains elevated relative to their goal. Of course, today's Fed decision was reached in a unanimous 12-0 vote. Makes sense. So they appear to be bracing for more inflation. It makes sense, guys. We talked about this. Okay. Well, legends, since this live stream is going to be extended, I guess I'll just catch the England-Croatia game. You can see here, it's at 12 a.m. my time. I'll probably watch that one. Guys, Portugal have to win. Surely, surely. You know, you have Holland that scored a brace. Mbappe scored a brace. Messi scored a hat-trick. What is Mr. CR7 doing? Come on. 15 minutes. Can we get to 800 likes before Kevin Warsh takes the mic? I think we can. I think we really can. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Destroy that like button if you haven't already. We're going for 800 likes. 800 likes before Kevin Warsh takes the mic. We have 13 minutes. 13 minutes to get there. 13 minutes. I'm gonna make some popcorn. Cause why wouldn't I? Let's get our little timer going. Yeah. Oops. My bad. My bad. Ah. All right, we got it. We got it. We did it. 800 likes. Let's go, legends. I'm gonna make some popcorn while we wait for this. Let's go, legends. The speech is in 6 minutes. Hi, bro. Watching you for the past week. Just subscribe now. Awesome, man. Welcome to the channel. We got the popcorn. Yes, sir. All right. I'm going to put the mic. Do you guys want the captions or not? Captions or not?
Good day.
Good
It's
day.
an honor, a true honor to be back at the Federal Reserve and to take up this duty at a time of such consequence. I've been especially heartened by the warm welcome of old friends and new colleagues both. And I've listened closely to my fellow FOMC members, heard a lot of new ideas, new thinking, and genuine interest in moving the Fed forward. This week's FOMC meeting exemplified the very best of the Fed's traditions: rigorous debate, open-mindedness, commitment to mission, responsibility, and accountability for performance. In this business, they all add up to one thing: getting monetary policy right, or as near to it as we can do. That is our North Star. My colleagues and I are here to serve our legislative remit, which you've heard us say before: price stability and maximum employment. And these objectives guided our business in the meeting just concluded. As you saw a few moments ago, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the Fed funds rate at 3.5 to 3.75% in support of the Fed's dual mandate. The committee also reaffirmed its policy of maintaining ample reserves in the banking system. Economic activity is expanding at a solid pace, despite elevated uncertainty that owes in part to the conflict in the Middle East. Productivity growth and capital investment, both strong. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. We recognize that inflation has been running well ahead of the Fed's long-stated inflation goal of 2%. That's been going on for more than 5 years. Persistently high prices are a burden for the American people. But the recent past need not be prologue. I am pleased to report that members of the FOMC are unambiguous and unanimous. This committee will deliver price stability. At any institution, a change in leadership is a natural and timely opportunity to reaffirm its mission, to review current practices, and to consider whether those practices best meet our objectives. My Fed colleagues and I will be working in close collaboration to ask what changes might improve the conduct of monetary policy. On that score, you might have already noticed something: a difference in today's policy statement. It's a bit shorter, a bit simpler, and it dispenses with some older language. That statement just gives you the facts as best we can judge it. Absent also is so-called forward guidance, which we agreed was not well suited to the current policy conjuncture. This afternoon, you also received the usual summary of economic projections. It's been the practice of this committee for participants to submit these projections, and I have encouraged my colleagues to continue to do so. I, however, have refrained from offering any projections of my own, consistent with my long-held views on the SEP at least as currently structured. In the median projections, real GDP rises at 2.2% this year, 2.3% next year, and total PC inflation runs at 3.6% this year, 2.3% next year. The unemployment rate stands at about 4.3%. The median participant judges that the appropriate federal funds rate to be at 3.8% at the end of this year and 3.6% at the end of next. Let me turn now to a few words on a key initiative that we're announcing today. I'm appointing a task force in each of 5 areas that are central to the broad conduct of monetary policy. First, Fed communications. Second, the Fed's balance sheet. Third, our use and reliance on existing data sources. Fourth, productivity and jobs in an era of transformation. And last, the Fed's inflation frameworks. These subjects are timely, consequential, and in my view, worthy of a fresh look. My colleagues and I discussed them with energy and purpose over the last couple of days. For each of these independent task forces, I'm enlisting some of the very best minds, both inside and outside the economics profession. They will be supported by subject matter specialists from our superb Fed staff. And they'll have a straightforward charge. Start with first principles. Ask hard questions. Examine current practice. Consider alternatives. And ultimately propose next steps for policymaker consideration. Since last summer, my colleagues discussed possible improvements in the form and function of Fed communications. This new task force will build on that effort, and I expect propose some well-considered changes, including to the SEP I mentioned a few moments ago. The second task force, the one on balance sheet policy, will review the benefits and risks of the current ample reserves regime and the composition of the Fed's balance sheet. They will assess alternative frameworks for the conduct and operation of monetary policy. The third task force, the one on data, will evaluate new information sources and consider methodological changes to improve data gathering, with the aim of giving policymakers more accurate, relevant, contemporaneous, and perhaps most important, actionable information on the state of our economy. Fourth, the task force on productivity and jobs. It'll survey the pace, the reach, the economic impact of new general purpose technologies, including AI, and explore the implications for the Fed in pursuit of our employment and inflation mandates. The last task force, the one on inflation frameworks, that'll examine the drivers of inflation, first principles, and weigh the full range of ideas for delivering price stability in a changing economy. You'll hear quite a bit more about these task forces and this overall initiative in the coming weeks. Enough for now to make a simple statement. Each task force will serve an objective shared by everyone in the system, shared by everyone around that table that I sat with over the last couple of days. A Federal Reserve that is clear-eyed about its mission, fit for purpose, and focused on the future. And with that, I appreciate your attention. I'm happy to take your questions.
Hi, Chairman Howard Schneider with Reuters. Good to see you again, and welcome back. This is a lot to be putting in motion so fast. What is the timeline you have in mind for each of these?
So I think it'll depend on the task force. It also depends on the urgency in which we need clear answers. My expectation, I'm still in the business of recruiting and finalizing them. My expectation is the task forces will begin work in the next couple of weeks, and we'll start to get some more information from them, some more framing of how they see things starting in the fall, and hopefully most, if not all of them, concluding by year end.
And just specifically on the inflation framework, you talk about first principles. Does this include a review of the 2% target itself? You've mentioned that things to the right of the decimal point don't matter. Should this be starting from a premise that 2% as a point estimate is too strict?
Let me break that into two pieces. First, on the inflation framework review, their remit is what are the drivers of inflation? What's the Fed's responsibility for inflation? In part, how do we measure inflation? But that'll overlap with my data group. On the 2% inflation objective, that is the Federal Reserve's long-held objective of 2%. You've heard me say before, I tend to focus on the left of the decimal point. Well, the 2 is the left of the decimal point. For now, 0 is to the right. I see no reason until we have reestablished our commitment and ability to deliver on the 2% inflation objective to revisit that. So that'll be outside the scope of what we're taking on.
Colby.
Thank you so much. Colby Swift with the New York Times. You've in the past said that inflation is a choice, and in the policy statement, it includes this pledge to deliver price stability, as you've reiterated today. But looking at the SEP, the bulk of your colleagues expect core PCE to run around 3.3% by year end, and for the 2% inflation target not to be reached until 2028. So I'm curious how patient you think the Fed can afford to be at this juncture in terms of waiting for one-time inflation waves to wash through and for underlying inflation to step down after so many years of inflation running above target, and under what circumstances you would support the Fed taking some action and raising rates.
Sure. So quite a bit there. Let me try to break that into pieces. First, we have the capability and commitment to deliver on our price stability objective of 2%. That's exactly what we're going to do. In the Fed's review of its strategy over the last any number of years, in January, the Fed, including the strategy that we're still bound by, the Fed statement says that inflation is primarily determined by monetary policy. You bet it is. I've said for years inflation is a choice. You bet it is. And today I'm announcing that this committee unambiguously and unanimously have decided we are going to deliver on that. The rest of your questions sounded like an encouragement for me to give forward guidance. We've dropped forward guidance. Some along the committee, I think, dropped it, I suspect, from our discussion the last couple of days, because they said at this moment in time, it doesn't feel as though providing forward guidance is right. Others have, I'd say, different views and think as a general proposition, forward guidance isn't the business we should be in. But that'll be taken up by the Task Force on Communications and my policymaker colleagues. We're going to listen hard to what the experts say and make our own decision. But I can't give any forward guidance about what we're going to do next. The good news is we'll be meeting in 6 weeks.
So just following up, I guess, on the current policy settings, then I am curious how restrictive you think things are at the current moment, given the flow of data that we've seen and, forecasts that are coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, I've heard characterizations both inside and the Fed about that. I'll give you my own. It's uneven. If I look at the housing markets as one example, Fed policy isn't the single determinant of the state of the housing market, but broadly I would say Fed policy appears to be somewhat restrictive. I would have a hard time managing to say those words if I were to see what's happening in financial markets. So I'd say it's uneven. That's perhaps a function of different transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, whether monetary policy is coming from our interest rate tool or our balance sheet tool. But the good news, we have a task force on that too, and the balance sheet task force will be looking more at that subject.
You said you don't like forward guidance. You dropped it from the statement this time. But with the dot plot, 9 members suggested that they want a rate increase by the end of the year. And the markets have taken that as forward guidance. So what does this mean in terms of how you guide the markets and in terms of what the dot plot's future is?
I'm going to have to give you the same answer I gave to Ms. Smith. We've got a task force for that. I'll give you a little bit more. I reviewed the dot plots, and when I saw the submissions, I noted that all the submissions were coming in with pencils, those kind with the big erasers. That's to say that I think my colleagues around the table, when they submitted their dots, understand the world is changing quite quickly. and they didn't feel bound by them 6 weeks from now or 6 days from now, and if in the event that their circumstances change. I'll note a couple other things. What I heard around the table was, as they submitted their modal forecasts, to be clear, weren't, this was more likely than not. This was more likely than their other scenarios. So I didn't hear tons of conviction. What I heard was the kind of humility that I think we should have. I did not submit a dot. For me, it's not helpful in the conduct of policy. I suspect by year end, as I mentioned in my opening statements, there'll be a review about communications broadly, press conferences, dots, meetings and the like, transcripts, minutes. This will be part of that. I don't want to prejudge the outcomes there, but I'm pretty open-minded about what they could be. And I was just incredibly impressed over the last couple of days. My colleagues over the last 2 days, and frankly, over the first 3 weeks I've been here, they've been very open about changes. Change isn't easy, change is filled with risk, but our number one goal is to get monetary policy right. The way to get monetary policy right is to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us, to deliver on price stability. And there was no disagreement on any of those points.
At the risk of possibly getting the same answer about task forces, communications, what is your feeling about these news conferences? Are you going to continue one after every meeting? Do you find them useful? What is the future for the way Kevin Warsh will communicate?
Well, this one's probably got another 15 or 20 minutes in it, so I don't want to prejudge the outcome. Press conferences can be a very useful way to communicate with households, businesses, and more broadly through using the likes of you. I had a great old mentor named George Schultz, and his mantra was press conferences are useful, but when you have one, you want to make sure you have something important to say. Today, I think we had something important to say about our commitment to deliver on price stability, our commitment to rethink practices with an eye of moving the Fed forward, and to give you and the American people a sense that these aren't idle thoughts, these are concrete thoughts, that we're going to seek out the best minds, both the best thinking inside of the Federal Reserve, and the best people I know in business and economics and the academy and technology and the rest, to share their views. That's what we're going to be doing here, the pursuit of truth. I think we're going to come up with some new and interesting things. We made some changes today. I expect more changes to come. And some of those might well be worthy of a press conference.
Chris Rugaber.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thanks for taking our questions. Could you give us a sense of how you see inflation more in the long term? I know you may not want to comment on the ups and downs, but is this mainly driven by energy prices in the Iran war at this point, or do you have any concerns about underlying inflation pressures in the economy? Thank you.
So I can't do much better than the committee just did, so let me restate it. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal, in part reflecting supply shocks that have driven price increases in certain sectors, including energy. The paragraph goes on to say, but to be clear, the Fed will deliver price stability. My own judgment is the committee spent quite a bit of time, not just in 2 days, but over iterations of a couple of weeks. That's what we're prepared to say about inflation, but the commitment to deliver is strong, unanimous, and unambiguous. And that's, I think, an important message. We've missed for 5 years, and we're going to fix that.
Well, great. And then just on the data task force and everything else, I mean, generally speaking, I think people feel the Fed looks at everything already. Certainly that was the sense from before. Is there data that you feel is not given enough weight? I mean, you mentioned the trim to mean in the past, but again, that's well known to certainly most Fed members. So what is that task force looking at, and what might be I mean, I know you don't want to prejudge the outcome, but are there examples of data that you expect might be given more weight? Thank you.
So you're answering my question. So let me say I don't want to prejudge the outcome. I also don't want to say too much about what they're going to do because I still have a phone call or two to make before I've nailed down the people that are doing that. I'm interested in what the outside experts' view is on the subject. I'll say this generally. Most of the data that central bankers and other government officials in the United States consume come with old-fashioned survey methods, a national accounts of what the U.S. economy looks like that looks very little like the U.S. economy in 2026. Survey methods that don't have response rates that we need, asking questions that might have been quite applicable a generation ago that are less applicable now. So even inside of official statistics, I would be open-minded if the task force and our own best thinking had recommendations how those official statistics can be brought up to a standard of our time using new analytic methods. I'd also say this, almost every private company CEO that's running his or her business are doing so with real-time information that isn't subject to much revision, that is telling them what just happened at that very moment. As you know, there are normal, long and variable lags in the conduct of monetary policy. What we're really interested in is what's happening right now. What we're less interested in is echoes of history. And you're hearing from my answer that some of the data that we receive, that we're waiting on, the first Friday after the month, the payroll index or something else, that might be an echo of history that's quite useful on its third revision. We need to take those error bounds down because we have to make hard decisions in real time. I'm really open-minded that there is a lot of new data sources that we can learn from the private sector, from reforms in the official sector, and new analytic techniques that are far more refined than asking a simple question about whether something was core or non-core.
Edward.
Thanks. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So if you don't give a lot of ongoing forward guidance, won't the markets have more volatility, and shouldn't Americans have more access into what you're thinking going forward?
So I think financial markets perform best when they react to incoming data. I think the financial markets work less efficiently when they ask a question, how will the Federal Reserve react to that incoming information? The more that markets are paying attention to what's happening in the real economy, deciding what's good data and what's less good data, the more financial markets can price what they believe is the most likely and what are the tail risks. Financial market prices are probably the most important source of information to guide central bankers. But when all the financial markets are doing is reflecting back what we've said, then we're taking the most important source of information and we're being blind to it. I'd like us to create a system where those blinders come off, where markets are following data that they efficiently think is reliable, and they'll be watching data, we'll be watching data. They'll come with better information through market prices to us. We can make more informed decisions, with ultimately the goal that I said at the outset, deliver on the price stability objective that Congress told us to do, and that we've got to get in the business of doing.
Yeah, if I could take you in the meeting a little bit. It's your first meeting. The board members seem fairly hawkish when you listen to, in general, when you listen to what they're saying. Was there any discussion of a rate cut going forward today?
There was one proposal on the table. There was no discussion of any other proposals. The discussion on that proposal, I would say, was quite limited. The group was unanimous and unambiguous on it. It has been the practice of this central bank and others to have a range of alternatives. Today we had one. I thought it furthered the discussion, deepened it, and made it clear what we needed to do and how we needed to deliver. I wouldn't prejudge what happens in the future, but there was only one big subject for us. We took it on. We had a good family fight on it for a couple of days, and we ended up, I think, in a better place.
Claire.
Thanks a lot, Claire Jones, Financial Times. Coming to this blind, reading this very nice short statement that I think we've all appreciated in the room, one might wonder why you didn't raise rates today, considering what you're saying here about the risks to US inflation and your mandate. I guess, why not, and what would you need to see in order to get to that place? And secondly, on your task forces, are there any best practices at other central banks that you'd consider looking at? Thank you.
I'm glad they're in the practice of giving you two questions, because my answer to your first question was to be very curt. I've got nothing more to say than the statement itself. And to the point of the question I got before, market reactions to what we say unfiltered, I think is more helpful than having delivered a statement, me then improvising further upon it. Best practices of task forces. This is a subject I've thought some about. I've been on a task force or two in my life. Best practice, find the best minds. Ensure that the task forces have a range of people, both by backgrounds and predispositions, so they too can have a bit of a family fight. Make sure when you establish a task force that the group that's going to be the recipient of the information feels as though they've got some equities in it too. That's why we're looking for, haven't done the final roll call, some of the most significant talent we have in the building and across the reserve banks on each of these, and in some sense seconding them to this group for a period of some number of months, so that the leaders of the task force know what the most analytical central bank in the world thinks about that. They can reflect on it. And a final best practice, we're not outsourcing decisions to anybody. Administrations past and present, reserve banks have chosen a group of 19 people around the table. These will be our decisions. We can agree to some of the recommendations, disagree with others, have a good family fight about it. But what comes from them will, I hope and believe, make the discussion we have internally better, stronger, more of a dialectic, so that we can finally deliver on that price stability objective.
Just a quick follow-up on your markets point. If you look at 2-year yields, they're really suggesting that markets think more tightening is needed. Would that be your read on what the 2-year yield is saying as well?
We were in such a good place. This is why we don't do third questions, I presume. I'm not going to offer any commentary on market reaction over the last 30 or 60 minutes. What we've given markets is a new chapter for the central bank, some fresh thinking. What we've given markets and households and businesses, I think, is a commitment to ask ourselves hard questions such that we can deliver on the promises that we've made before. This is a lot of change for financial markets to digest. I wouldn't be particularly intrigued by how they react in the first several minutes or even first several days. What I think is most important is that financial markets, and at least as important, households and businesses know that this central bank will deliver on price stability.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Brian Chung with NBC News. Thank you for taking our questions. So when you say that we've dropped forward guidance for the layperson, that might sound like the Fed's going to say less or offer less insight into where their borrowing costs might go. So for the person that maybe you might run into at the grocery store, where the price tags are rising at a faster pace than their wages at the moment, how would you explain it to them? I don't know if task force might be the answer there, but how would you kind of communicate this era, this chapter of the Fed?
If I told somebody in the milk aisle that I had a task force for that, I think that would be doing a very poor job. So I appreciate it. If I saw somebody in the grocery store, what I would say to them is that we cannot have a very significant effect on particular prices. The price of oil in the markets today, or even the price of a dozen eggs, that does not have first order consequences to what we're doing. But we do have a really important job there. And it's to make sure that those changes in oil or beef or eggs or milk don't broaden in the economy, don't have second and third order effects. That's our job. That's our commitment. That's our capability, and we're going to deliver on it.
And then is the Fed's relationship with the Treasury also under review? There was the normal breakfast meetings with the Treasury Secretary. Is that something you intend to continue doing? And have you had conversations with the president since you're swearing in?
So on the president, I don't have anything for you. With respect to the Treasury Secretary, he has been posting pictures of our breakfast, so I don't think I can deny that. The long tradition at the central bank is that the Fed chairman and the Treasury Secretary meet weekly. I think we've pulled off 3 of those so far. I believe he's overseas this week, so this will be the exception to the rule. I think they're very useful discussions. The central banks objectives and our roles and responsibilities are quite delineated from the fiscal authorities. And in my view, monetary policy is independent in the conduct of what we do. But that doesn't mean we're not interested in what's happening with the fiscal authorities. The way I think about it is this central bank needs to have a wide lens, but a narrow remit. We need to be quite interested in what's happening in the world. I won't be breaking any news here to suggest I'm quite interested in what's happening in the Middle East. That does have some effect on our day job. It doesn't mean it's our responsibility, but I think we're going to keep a wide lens, and my meetings with Secretary Besson to this point have helped widen that aperture. So we're aware of things that could affect our day job, even if it isn't.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking my question. You had said in the before you became chairman that you thought productivity was a reason why the Federal Reserve could lower interest rates. Do you still believe that to be the case?
So the committee had a discussion of productivity today. AI came up. The way I thought about it before and socialized with the group is that artificial intelligence, the latest generation of general purpose technology, is perhaps as important a change in the economy and business and households that we've had in my adult lifetime. It is filled with both a huge opportunity and with risks. I take both of those very seriously. You may have heard me say before that AI is shorthand perhaps for American ingenuity. That doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. That certainly doesn't mean it's not going to be disruptive. But over the long term, my conviction, and I heard quite a bit of support for this around the committee today, is the United States is a winner as we go down this. The United States is ultimately going to be better off in that. Now, to bring that back to the conduct of policy, timing, scale, speed, implications for output and employment, it's one of the things we have a task force to do.
If you don't mind, a follow-up from the other side, which is that when you look at the strong job growth that's out there, the elevated inflation, GDP seems to be going pretty good, and the stock market seems to be soaring. Do you look around this economy and see the funds rate being restrictive?
So that's your second question. I'm going to give the same answer that I gave before. I'd say as I think about the conduct of policy, what matters is what's the effect of policy. Not what do we say, but what happens. And the best way I can describe it is it's uneven. I do see some restrictiveness in things like housing. It's hard to use those same words anywhere else. I'll just make one other point. You talked about one of our dual mandates on the employment side. I don't believe that we have a cruel choice. I don't share the view that was expressed a few generations ago that Federal Reserve chairmen show up at a podium like this and say, you got to choose. And you're going to have to decide whether you're willing to tolerate higher inflation to put more people at work. I don't believe in that. What I believe is if we do our job, we can make strong growth, low prices, and strong employment mutually compatible. And so what you heard from the committee today is we've got some work to do on this price stability front.
Nick.
Thank you, Nick Timmeros with Wall Street Journal. Chairman Warsh, you've said repeatedly credibility is earned by delivering. If credibility requires delivering, the move would be to tighten or at least to threaten to. Now, you didn't do that today. Why not?
That judgment you expressed was not expressed by any of the 19 people around the table. We'll be meeting in 6 weeks. We'll take up the issue again.
And if I could ask about AI, the build-out is generating enormous demand right now, CapEx, data centers, power. The productivity payoff may be further out. So in your judgment today, is AI adding more to demand or to supply?
It's a good question. At the central bank in an economics profession, what we spend most of our time doing is counting demand. It's easier. We can see it, we can count it, we can check it, we can revise it. What we do, though, is we infer supply. You'll notice in the second paragraph of what one of your colleagues described as a very short statement, we have a sentence on the demand side and a sentence about the same length on the supply side. They're both important. Just because we can count one better than the other doesn't mean we're going to favor one more than the other. With respect to AI and the growth of data centers and infrastructure around it, we're counting the demand side, and it is no doubt showing up in GDP figures. We can be less certain when we infer the timing and extent of the growth in the supply side. It may well be an intuition the supply side is going to expand, but it'll take longer. I just describe it this way. There's a race between supply and demand. Milton Friedman says that the only thing we know about economics is that there's a supply line and a demand line they ultimately cross. When they cross and what are the implications for policy? The good news for you is we have a task force for that.
Man, his task force,
Thanks,
like
Mr. Chairman.
he's just brushing it off.
It sounded
Task
like,
force this,
on the task
force that.
that you were looking at overhauling or completely overhauling the system of national accounts, the way the government mines the economy. Is that your ambition?
In a word, no. In a few words, much of this data gathering happens in other government agencies to which we owe a tremendous amount of respect, tremendous amount of deference. But if in the course of this we come up with recommendations, which Fed staff have already begun to develop, about things that they could be doing to help inform us as policymakers, we're not going to hesitate. Again, I don't want to try to delineate the four corners of the research of the task force on data, but I do think there will be a review of official statistics, and at least as important, a view of bringing the best practices from the private sector and new analytical tools made possible by AI so we can forge these into a fabric that gives us better real-time information. So as I mentioned before, when we're making decisions that we'd say are real contemporaneous data, not data that we call contemporaneous, that's really an echo of history.
Okay, thanks. The other question I wanted to ask is related to the building renovations. Are you considering any changes to the renovations, the projects, just in light of the fact that they became kind of a political football in the last year?
I heard something about that. I don't think I'm breaking any news, but my view, when you show up at a new institution, you should go meet with the inspector general, just as a matter of good practice. It's a practice that I hope to continue. I've had one meeting with the inspector general, and he told me what I believe the world knows, which he'll be coming out with a report on the building and the building projects at some point later this summer. And I'll be interested in reading the report. From my perspective, with a forward-looking glance, is there anything that we can be doing or should be doing from this moment until the completion of the project to do what we can to be good stewards of taxpayer money and to make sure that we're delivering on the promises that we made? So more work to do. You might not be surprised in the first few weeks. I've been somewhat preoccupied on other matters, but I promised to get to the full breadth of the Fed's tasks in the weeks ahead.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. So I know that you did not submit a forecast, but you are the person who is authorized to speak on behalf of the FOMC. So I'm wondering if you could tell us in the SEP, the increase in the expectations for inflation, is that all because of the Iran war? What was the discussion around what would the expectations for inflation being higher and also potentially growth being slower?
So my read of what I heard in the room reflected, I must admit, in the SEPs, is half of my colleagues thought the policy rate, given all those developments, should be at this level or lower between now and year end, and the other half thought higher. That 19th voter was me, and I didn't submit one. There's a range of views on the questions of first and second round effects, no resolution or conviction, but we'll be meeting again in 6 weeks. I think we're going to know more then, and I think that my colleagues are very attentive to incoming developments between now and then.
And can I just quick follow up on the SEP? You said that you're still encouraging your your fellow committee members to submit forecasts even if you're not doing it. So what do you think is the benefit of them doing it even if you don't?
That's the commitment that the FOMC made, and it's a commitment that I hope we live up to. Commitment we made was to deliver price stability. I expect us to live up to it. By the time we get to the end of this year, as I mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a new communications framework. There were some changes to the SEP. That's a committee discussion, a robust discussion. I think we'll have it. I believe we're going to come to a better mix of communications to deliver on what we promised, but I wouldn't want to prejudge what those are. But between now and then, I would continue to expect colleagues to submit their SEPs. Some of them, I think, believe that the practice is currently structured is okay, but I heard a lot of interest in real reform, generally about all of these topics. You didn't ask it, but I'll answer. It was a pretty gracious couple of days, and it's been a pretty warm few weeks. The institution wants to figure out how we can do better. The institution's going back to first principles, and I'm encouraged that what we've done in the statement, what we're thinking about doing with respect to the SEP, that instinct towards a new chapter is a real one, and by the end of the year, I hope we can put some points on the board, both in form and in substance of delivering.
In Bloomberg News. Could you guide us through, please, some of the principles that guide your own reaction function and tell us a little bit about kind of conditions that you think when the Fed should respond?
It's going to be a very unsatisfactory answer to the final question. The Federal Reserve has a lot of responsibilities, not just in monetary policy, but in supervision and regulation, consumer affairs and payments. My own view is our credibility comes from delivering on what we're saying we're going to do across everything we do. I've devoted more time in my first 3 weeks to monetary policy than all those things. But the more we deliver on our promises as good supervisors and good regulators, the more benefit we get, the more credibility enhancement we have in monetary policy. When we deliver on our price stability objectives, which we will, the American people will feel as though the hardships that they've been living through in part because of inflation the last 5 years are in the rear view mirror, and that credibility will have dividends across what we do, and the institution will come to press conferences like this, always with an impetus to reform, always with an impetus to do better, but we're going to put some points on the board.
And Mr. Chairman, strong labour data in recent months, how would you sum up the labour market right now? Do you see it as stable and as potentially a source of inflation? Thank you.
Yeah, so the committee, if I were to try to capture how the committee thought about it, the committee thought that the labor markets were stable. There were some people around the committee who thought that it was trending better than that. Trends matter more than data points. What's happening over 3 or 6 months matters more than any one data point, any one data release. And I'd say the jobs data has been moving in a good direction. If I heard one other thing around that subject over the course of the last couple of days, what I heard was that strong productivity-led growth is not something that we fear, but something we embrace. Thank you all very much.
All right. All right. Get this shit out of here. All right. So what do we think? What do we think? A lot of task forces, I agree. Too many, actually. It seemed like every single question was just task force this, task force that. I'll be able to give you a clear answer once the task force gets back to me. But I guess you can't really expect much from him. It's his first FOMC meeting, right? He also took a couple of lines out of Jerome Powell's playbook. But it is interesting, the dynamic that he mentioned with, maximum employment and price stability. That's usually what Powell would often talk about, and trying to counterbalance the two with rates. And now he's saying that he doesn't believe that you're fighting against both in a way, and that through achieving price stability, they'll be able to also hit all of their other metrics. So I'm not sure what to make from this. To be honest, guys, most of the time after FOMC, you get, I think it was Stefan Trades, because I didn't want to chart it myself, but most of the time, and I've done it before on the channel, where is it? Most of the time after FOMC, you get the opposite. So if we're pumping into FOMC, you normally get a little bit of a move to the downside. Sometimes you creep up a little bit higher, as seen in this example, but if you're pumping, you usually get a little move to the downside. If you're dumping into FOMC, you get a move to the upside. So, and this is a few days before the event. So what we saw was a few days before the event, if we go to the daily time frame on Bitcoin, we've been pumping into FOMC. So I am highly interested still in the June 2018 scenario for Bitcoin. And what that looks like is holding above the lows. Maybe we sweep it, but we still get some okay momentum to the upside. The reason I'm proposing this is because on the higher time frames, we still have some shorts piled in on the higher time frames. And so yes, on the lower time frames, you can see here, one day we're about even, 1 week, there are more longs in the market. So if we're fortunate enough to get a sweep of these levels, and I know a lot of people are now also on the bearish side calling for 50, 55K, which I do think will come. But first, before that comes, and as I continue to hold my big short positions in this market, I would like to see a drop down potentially to the anchored VWAP. So if I take the anchored VWAP here, is actually found at around $63,000. So I took it from this pivot low. This is an interesting level for me if we are to tap into that level, right? So I'm going to be definitely trading this. Right now, all my positions in the market are as such. I have my Tau short, which I'm still holding. I'm currently up around 41K on this trade, and I've entered it not too long ago. Just a couple days ago, this was shared in my community. Then I have my Bitcoin short, which is currently up around 600K total. SpaceX, still holding along, stop loss at break even, nothing is going to change there. Other Bitcoin short, up around 50K. If you want to see how I'm trading the market, especially if I'm not on the YouTube channel, whenever I jump in and out of trades, legends, remember that you have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll be able to join my group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis for free. We have tons of different traders in the group, not traders as in people that I hire. They're all my own trades, but I mean different people that have joined trading with $500, a few $1,000s, hundreds of thousands of dollars, $1 million. It doesn't matter what size trader you are, really. You can get access to that group and how I operate in this market. Look, right now Bitcoin is dumping. And this is not really a surprise, to be perfectly honest. We're making the case here for another lower high. And so now we see, will price drop to that 63K level? And if we're fortunate enough, guys, maybe we get it in the live stream today. I'm going to stay live for a little bit longer. We've just hit a 7.5-hour live stream. And I think that we're going to have some very, very nice opportunities in this market. But I have to confirm, once again, the bear market is not over, guys. The bear market is not over. We're likely going to get rate hikes still. Let's see if this adjusted actually. Okay. Okay, look at that. Look at that. So if you remember when we were going through this before the press conference, December was looking like a 60-something% chance for rate hikes, not October. So now rate hikes are getting priced in a little bit sooner. I don't know if Salvador Perez is still here, right? But guys, now there's an, I don't know how much we can really, there's an 80% chance, 80, this was 60 at the beginning of today's live stream, 80% chance that we get rate hikes as of December. We know that half of the committee said that they're expecting one, that they're pushing for one rate hike this year. So let's not downplay this. I don't know why people were thinking we were going to get rate cuts. It was never really in the cards. Bitcoin is absolutely dumping now. So there you go. There you go, right? We're just in free fall. We're just in free fall, right? We're just in free fall. The shorts are, you guys saw, I'm comfy in my shorts. I'm very comfy in my shorts, right? I'm comfy in my shorts. And guys, we had some people jumping into longs today. Now it's still, there's still more longs today. I think we can go and grab all of this. Actually, this needs to refresh. We probably grabbed some. I'll look at the higher time frames too. 30-day is relatively even, which is pretty crazy. 1 day, there should be more shorts now. We have a big cluster down here, guys. I think that the longs are in for, I don't know. I think we grab downside liquidity before we potentially pop up. That's what I'm currently thinking. So let's see. Gemma Gov, good to hang with you for the last 6 hours. Let's see if we get any interesting price action after. I think we're gonna maybe continue to drop here. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Christopher says his 67K short is already up 90%. Legends. I'm pretty sure Christopher is in my group as well, because I recall, yeah, he definitely is, because I recall he's also shorting Beat. Did you close your Beat short? Because this one is probably looking insane. Insane, Christopher. Guys, these trades that you're seeing, these are members that are in my free group. Rude White Boys, this entry was insane. At 11, and now it's below 2. Crazy. Crazy. Let the dump continue, and it's okay. I mentioned earlier in the stream too the bearish CVD divergence. Check it out. It was confirmed. It was confirmed. We had longs jumping in. It was confirmed. We created a higher high. It was confirmed. Bearish CVD divergence, and so we drop. Christopher's Beat short is up 800%. Abyss is up 550%. S&P 500 check. You guys want me to check the S&P 500? Let's do it. Let's do it. Guys, yeah. Yeah, legends. If Bitcoin, like if the stock market continues this trajectory, no chance, guys. No chance for Bitcoin. Like if this comes back down to support here, oof, 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 oof. Yeah, look at that. Hideous. Hideous by the stock market. Absolutely hideous. Naturally, Bitcoin will continue to dump if the stock market continues to dump. There's no avoiding this. There is no avoiding this. Macau 20, you want to sleep? What time is it for you, Macau 20? It's almost midnight here. We've been at it for 7 hours and 40 minutes. We're about to break the record. We are about to break the record. And if you haven't already, legends, 856, come on, we got to get to 1,000. We have to. If we're going to break the record, we have to make it. 855. Legends, smash the like button if you haven't already. 855 likes. Our record on the channel is, first of all, 7 hours and 46 minutes is the record live stream. 1,060 likes is the record most liked piece of content. I think we could break both this evening. And the reason I'm pushing for this is because, well, we're already close to the record, so we need 8 more minutes to beat the record live stream. And about 200, just over 200 more likes. I think we could do it. I think we could do it. Let's stretch it out. Let's stretch it out, guys. Thanks, Matt. You're a champ. Crypto Hunter. Crypto Hunter. Is it the Crypto Hunter that's in my group? My man. Smash it like Kevin's Nothing Burger. Jan Brothers says, brother, I registered through your referral. How much later will I be in your group? So guys, there's 2 ways to join the group. Number one, you sign up with one of these links and then you just DM the keyword, and there's going to be an option on the bot that says, I've already registered with one of your links. Then you paste your UID and you're automatically going to get a message on Telegram here that adds you to the group. So you click, you'll join the group. I'm going to do a tutorial for this as well. So if you did it that way, then you can already send your UID on Telegram and you'll be able to join the group. If you're just waiting around, trigger the bot by sending this keyword, send your UID, and you should be good to go. It will automatically verify you if you've signed up. I'm going to do a tutorial. I need to. I think it's probably annoying that I mention it, and it's probably helpful if I do that for people that aren't familiar with Telegram. Volatile, is the current price action bearish? I mean, you tell me. What do you think? And again, I'm not trying to sound condescending. If you look at the higher time frames, yes. If you look at the lower time frames, the one thing that would concern me if I was bullish is the fact that we have bearish CVD divergence that has played out. Well, it plays out once it claims this low, but it looks like it's played out. And we have a lot of longs still around here. Like, I just find it hard to believe that these longs are going to get away with it. I just do, right? We're so close. So maybe we pop up, come back down, but you see there's a gap between here and the closest shorts at around 67. Something for us to definitely consider. Hey Matt, do Bybit users get access to Telegram? You have to DM me because I don't have it activated on my bot on Telegram. But yes, if you're with my referral, you're good. We're shorting Bitcoin. Everyone in the group is definitely short. Three more minutes to break the record for the longest live stream I've ever done. And how are we looking? Is the like button a little bit bearish? It kind of is. Let me refresh. Okay, 900. We're 160 likes away from the record, guys. Let's do it. Let's smash it. Bitcoin is dumping after FOMC. If you want to see what happened with FOMC, we watched it all on the live stream, right? Big huggies. Yo, you're streaming. Let's go. Of course I am. Thanks for the stream, man. You are doing amazing. Thank you. Thank you guys for tuning in. It makes it much easier when people are watching, right? We could watch the price action together and discuss potential scenarios in the market to take advantage of this price action. But my higher time frame analysis is largely the same, guys. We take advantage of swing shorts in this market when we get those relief rallies, right? That's just what it is. That's what the market has been giving us since October of 2025. You take advantage of the swing shorts. Soon, this strategy will no longer work. We have a few more months, I would anticipate. And yeah. Yeah, so guys, the bearish CVD divergence played out. So if you want access to this tool, like, you know how to join my community, you have to sign up with one of my exchange links, and it's still a free group because you're trading with your own money. Well, this, we haven't implemented any kind of wall yet. So if you want access to it, guys, remember, that is also completely free. Where's my live now? Click on that. And there's nothing. Like, you can literally just go down here and you click Mine Pillar, and then you can just get free access. You just join like that. And then you go down to Tools, and then you go to CVD Indicator. And I personally, the settings that I like is to have the liquidity bars, and then obviously the divergence. So you can see if we have bearish or bullish CVD divergence. But recently it's been bearish. You can see it's confirmed bearish CVD divergence. We had longs jumping into the market. We created more longs in the market, and the price was not able to make a higher high. It made a lower high. And so that's why price also dumped, because longs were getting aggressive and price couldn't manage to claim the local high, therefore creating CVD divergence and targeting the lows. But this is all accessible for free. I'm warning you now, though, eventually, probably within a few weeks to a month, you will have to be trading with my referral to be able to access this for free. But for now, if you don't want to do that, yeah. And if you want to join here and never lose access to these kinds of tools, then all you have to do is trade on a good exchange, which Bluffin is a great exchange, or Weeks, or Tubit, or BCCC, anything with my referral, and you can literally just use all these tools. There's other stuff from an investment standpoint that I like to look at, like the cycles. You can see that everyone freaks out about Bitcoin dropping, but the reality is we're doing exactly what we always do in bear markets. This isn't abnormal, guys. This isn't abnormal, and I'm doing my best to guide you along the way, but sometimes I feel like I'm repeating the simplest things. But a lot of people just refuse to believe what we've seen previously. And I wonder if it's because there are just too many, maybe there's a lot of newcomers and this is people's first cycle. But if you've been around in crypto for a while, this shouldn't be surprising to you, right? It shouldn't. We look at Bitcoin's performance in midterm years. It is just dropping. And actually, we're a little bit elevated compared to where we normally are in bear markets. Believe that, elevated. So, yeah, I don't know what else I need to say to convince you guys, but it's just a matter of if that June 2018 scenario plays out. Does the Mind Pillar CBD chart only stick with Bitcoin, or will it have other coins? Eventually, it's going to have other coins. There's other people that have created tools like this, but very rarely do you see it with the liquidity like we've built it. Right now, it's just Bitcoin. Most people trade Bitcoin. We start with Bitcoin, and eventually we will develop it, right? We will develop it further. But I mean, I guess I have to say I'm not really that. How do I say this? I'm not that inclined to convince you to use it if you don't want to use it. I know that it's a very useful tool for traders, and it's literally completely free. So you can test it out yourself. You have nothing to lose, really. You don't even have to sign up with my exchange links yet to be able to access this. So yeah. And if you already signed up with me, well, you're going to be able to retain your access to this tool. The bearish CVD played out, the price claimed the lows, and that's that. So what's the prediction here? So most were correct. What happened to the SpaceX trade? My SpaceX long is currently, I've secured $4,400 in profits. My stop loss is at break even, which means I cannot lose on this trade. And right now we're sitting in around just under $2,000 unrealized profits. So nothing happened. I'm just sitting in the trade. I took 50% profits at 220, and this was shared within my community. As always, whenever I make adjustments to the trades you see on the live stream, they are always, all these trades that you're seeing are shared beforehand in my community for free. First link in the description down below if it interests you. So yeah, let's see if we break. So the real test was we had this wick. See this wick up here at around $64,700. We've tapped into it multiple times. We held it as support for a relief rally up to this point, and then now we're flirting with an interesting level. I think that this wick 64.2 is going to be pivotal, and most importantly 63.6. This is starting to get into my area of interest. So let's see guys. Bro dodged the... I don't know why you guys use the term liquidation. It's called a stop loss. Liquidation. Guys, actually, liquidation, if we're talking about liquidation, it was such a small position relative to my account size that my liquidation price is never. It was impossible for me to get liquidated, but obviously I'm not going to hold it in crazy drawdown, right? It's impossible for me to get liquidated because it was such a small position. for my account. Liquidation. It's a stop loss, guys. Okay, we're entering the first level. We're just about tapped into it. Liquidation. You guys are funny. Hi. When will you close your Bitcoin short position? Never. Never. I take profits on the way down, guys. Please remember that. And if you want to know my movements when I close my shorts, when I enter new shorts, everything is shared in the group. It's a free group. Oof. Legends, we've officially broken the live stream record for the CBM crypto channel. We've done it. We've been live for just under 8 hours. We're definitely going to make it to 8 hours. Bitcoin is dumping like you would not believe. Makes sense. After FOMC, we usually see some drawdown. We usually dump after FOMCs, especially if we're pumping into it, which we were. And from a like perspective, we're currently looking at 927 likes. I think we could easily surpass 1,060 likes. This is going to be a record live stream. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Is there a demo Bluffin? Can you answer? I don't know. I've never traded demo on Bluffin. But my advice, my non-financial advice, even if you're afraid to lose money trading, take what is nothing to you, even if that's $1, 50 cents. Take an insignificant amount of capital and actually use it to trade. It's better when there's something on the line. If there's nothing on the line and you're just trading, believe me, you'll get in the habit of taking ridiculous trades on a demo account. And if you win a few in a row, you'll think, oh man, I'm actually good at this. And then as soon as you start using real money, you will lose because you're not following proper risk management. You had nothing at stake when you were trading on the demo account. So take whatever is insignificant to you and trade with that, even if you lose. That would be my advice. And Bitcoin is dumping, so the shorts continue to print. No complaints. No complaints, my friends. No complaints. You know, it's funny. I'm reading your comments. I'm reading your comments here, and someone said you don't need to lose millions to learn how to trade, and it's true. But I think I've shared this on a previous live stream. I lost hundreds of dollars before making thousands. I lost thousands of dollars before making tens of thousands of dollars. I lost tens of thousands of dollars before making hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I have also personally lost hundreds of thousands of dollars before making millions of dollars. So, you know, you pay some heavy prices, but then as you slowly grow into it, you get comfortable with your position size. I have to be honest, my trading portfolio, I don't see myself adding a ton more funds to it because I'm content with the size. Like what the size that I'm using on these trades is enough for me to say like, okay, if I lose, it's significant. If I win, it's significant. And I'm pretty content with that. It's part of the journey, right? Do you look at money differently now than 10 years ago? Absolutely. Absolutely, I look at money differently. Now that I have resources, I trade more comfortably. I'm more picky about my entries on trades. I'm more chill about my trades in the sense of I'll hold the trade for ages in a trending market and I won't feel compelled. The only pressure that I feel sometimes about trading is when I feel as if, oh man, I haven't shared a new trade in my community in a while. But for me personally, like I'm content with just sitting on my hands, right? And now my main thing is I use money to buy back my time, and I get to do what I want to do with my time. And one of those things is live streaming with you guys, right? There you go, guys. The dollar is back above 100. Oof. Legends, we're in for some dumpy price action, eh? Oh man, the stock market is dumping. Wow. That is an absolutely horrific 4-hour candle, and we closed the 4-hour candle in 24 minutes. Legends. No way. Legends. You have to remember that I am based in Dubai, right? We've been live streaming for 8 hours, and the daily close for the S&P 500 is in 25 minutes. We went from market open to market close, and it's almost midnight here. So in 15 minutes, it's midnight. We're gonna live stream until the stock market closes. Absolutely insane. Time just flew by today. It's easier when you have press conferences and FOMC, obviously. Took little breaks, but crazy. I've never done that in my life. Insane. We gotta surpass 1,060 likes. We have to, guys. We have to. We have to. So, let me go through some comments here. It's nice to go through the comments. Purchase Media, we appreciate it, bro. Thank you, my man. I appreciate you. You want to see me dance on Friday? This is the last live stream, probably for the week, guys. Probably for the week. Tomorrow, I'll do a video update. Friday, I'm traveling. So, if we drop to 63K, is that point to look for a long? Temporarily, yes. I would look for a long if we sweep that anchored VWAP. But the markets are in free fall right now, right? So it's important to be cautious. Let's go, let's go. 8-hour stream, yes sir, yes sir. All right. Ricardo Garcia, I only risk $1 to make $2 with 100 positions while I learn. Absolutely perfect, man. Perfect. Hey, I'm new to your channel. Can I short Bitcoin now? Can't answer a question like that. Stream on Friday. Yeah, Mohammed Khalaf is going to be streaming on Friday, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Do you buy real estate? Not yet, but I am looking into it. I really like to be liquid, right? I think it's a huge advantage. How much water did you have today? Oh, I've had 2 sets of these. So call it, I mean, this is just for the live stream, right? So 4.5 liters of water, but then I had at least one of these at the gym this morning. So probably like over 5 liters of water. Let's go through this. Let's go through this. Thanks for talking about your trading losses. I have made the mistake of taking too many trades in too short period, and I have noticed that I get better results by long-term swing trading. Agreed, man. Agreed. And my pleasure. Legends, as the channel grows, I'm going to do my best to just keep the same vibes that we've had since the beginning. And that is honest, transparent trading. When I win, yeah, you're probably annoyed. You hear me talk about the big shorts. But when I lose, I also talk about it as well. So there's no denying that. Someone asked me about the anchored VWAP setting. So the way you do it is literally all you need to do is, best case scenario, you take it from a pivot. You could take it from a pivot, or you can take it from like something like the quarterly open. I'll give you an example. So a pivot example of the anchored VWAP is you go down and you take it right at the low. And that's how I got this 63.1K level. So I would anticipate that we get some kind of reaction here. Some kind of reaction. That's my best guess. Especially if we slice through some local liquidity here that we're starting to do. Oh, we grabbed some. We're grabbing some, guys. We have a lot at 62.3. The other example of how to use an anchored VWAP is, if we take a look at hype, I actually drew it out, and you can take it from the quarterly open. Not this one. This one, I think. So check this out. Taking it from the beginning of a month or the quarterly open, you see it. This is right around the end, right at April 2026, right at the beginning. And look at where hype reacted. Look at where it's perfect. It's absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Right? And of course, there's no guarantees, but in strong trending assets like this one, you tend to find support at the anchored VWAP. Now, if you're getting aggressive dumps on Bitcoin, the probabilities that we react at the VWAP in a way that I'm expecting probably drop a little bit, especially if Bitcoin has just continued to dump. But on an uptrending asset, pretty good reactions usually. I'm loving the chats about swing trading, guys. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Some of you saying that you only became profitable. Crypto King says he only became profitable once he stopped scalping and started doing swing trading. I think swing trading is the way to go. You enter, like I personally enter bigger positions and I have more successful trades by swing trading. So. Trula30, if you spam it one more time, I will have to block you. Yeah, swing trading is relaxing. All right, sorry. Trula30, Legends, you are my eyewitnesses. I have to remove this person from the chat. Stop spamming. Remco says he became profitable in the bear market. Short Bitcoin. Exactly. Legends, how are we doing on likes? 967. Guys, we're gonna have to step it up. We need to 100 more likes. 100 more likes is all we're asking. 100 more likes. Let's do it. We've done the record live stream today. Bitcoin is dumping. Yeah, like button does seem a bit bearish, eh? Like button is a little bit bearish, guys. Considering we've been at it for 8 hours, it's official. It's been an over 8-hour live stream. Are those blue light glasses? Yes, they are blue light glasses. Otherwise, I would go crazy. You need these glasses, man. Trying to find the best way to switch swing trading from scalping. Any advice? Yeah. Just any analysis that you were doing on the lower time frames, do it on the higher time frames. And expect things to take longer to play out, but with a higher degree of accuracy. What leverage are you using in your trades? Guys, again, I will repeat this. Leverage is irrelevant. Leverage is irrelevant. It's not about the leverage. It's about the capital that you're using in proportion to your trading portfolio. So what this means is, if you have a $100,000 trading portfolio and you're entering with 1% of your trading portfolio, that means it's a $1,000 stop loss or invalidation. So yeah, Bitcoin looks bearish. I mean, it looks so bearish, guys. How many years are you trading? I've been trading for almost a decade now. English versus Croatia is about to start. I have some appointments tomorrow morning, man. I'm gonna be so tired. I don't think I'm muted. Am I muted, guys? Can you hear me? I'm looking at my mic. It doesn't seem like I'm muted. It should be good. Someone says leverage is good to lose money in fees. I make way more money leverage trading. I make way more money leverage trading than being concerned about fees. Let's be real. Of course there's fees, but I make way more money with leverage than without. Loud and clear. Lovely. The Tau trade is looking at $50,000 in profits. This one was shared in the group recently. Great swing trade thus far. Make sure to join the group if you want to. You have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me that keyword BTC on Telegram and you're able to join that group for free. Let's refresh. All right, we're getting close. 100 more likes, and that should do it, legends. 100 more likes. 100 more likes. How long did that one take? My swing trade? I entered this Tau short. It was either Tuesday or Monday morning. Tuesday. Well, let me just check the group. Let me just check. June 15th. So 2 days ago. Monday. I entered the trade on Monday. And it's amazing how you can just print money. It's awesome. I'd rather have large capital than large leverage. Yeah, valid, valid. How do I become profitable? I started trading today. You started today. Honestly, if you actually just started trading today, I would say take your time with it. It's a journey. Don't try to rush profitability. If you have a couple of good trades, don't get excited, and it's easier said than done. Don't risk more than you can afford to lose. The reason why this advice is constantly mentioned online is because only traders that have gone through severe losses know how important risk management is. The worst thing that can happen to you is that your trades are very profitable immediately, and then you think that you're some incredible trader, and then you start sizing in, and then you lose way more than you can afford to lose. That's how I started, and it was a brutal experience. So try to avoid that lesson. Try to avoid that lesson of losing too much capital. Only risk an amount that you are comfortable losing. And it should be, if you're just starting out, it should be between 1 and 2% of your trading portfolio at most. 0 to 2%, meaning you can enter trades with 0.5% of your trading portfolio. I've been having a lot of success with 0 to 5% of my trading portfolio. 5% is when I really size into bigger swing positions, like the Bitcoin short that you're seeing here, which is officially back up to $600,000 in profits. But I'm still holding on to this position, right? Crypto King says, you will get wrecked. That's how you really learn, unfortunately. Absolutely. Absolutely. It sucks, but losing money is the tuition you have to pay. I promise you that copy trading is not the way to go. Do not fall for copy trading. You want to learn how to fish. Believe me. Long term, just do not copy trade. Just don't do it, guys. Don't do it. It's bullshit. Legends. $80 more likes. 80 more likes. That face. We have to break the record. I cannot not break it. 1,060 likes. That's the record we're going for. We've already broken the longest live stream record. 7 hours and 46 minutes. We smashed that one. This one was on a live stream of less than 7 hours and we got 1,060. I don't want to beg for likes, but please. We've been at it for a while. 8 hours and 15 minutes. Aren't people in your Telegram doing that and making a lot? Yes. So I can confidently say, and again, I have to remind you that it is literally impossible. Maybe it's not. Maybe you have alerts and stuff. But I can confidently say, anyone that's been in my Telegram community since the beginning, if they took every single trade that I took, then yes, they've made money. But I don't ever want to promote my group like that because one, let's be realistic. Sometimes I enter a trade, sometimes I'm in different time zones and you don't see that trade, right? And two, The most profitable members of the group are the ones that can use my analysis, see if it matches with their own, and then make their own informed decisions. I've had some members that said that they agreed with the analysis, but they didn't agree with the entry. And so they waited for a better entry on a trade, and they took that trade and made more money than I did in relation to their portfolio size. There's a couple of big hitters in the group that even have more capital than I have, and they've been trading continuously, and they've been shorting this entire bear market. There will be a time where it doesn't work and we have to flip to longs. But for now, on a higher time frame, it's not the case. 1,000 likes. Let's go, legends. Let's go. So how am I meant to check? How am I meant to see? No. How am I meant to see that we've surpassed it? Where do I check that? We got to do past 160. I'll keep refreshing this. 1007. All right, guys. All right. We're looking good. We are looking good. Oh, it's been a long one today. Exactly. Abyss 89 knows. And this is a prime example. I lost, was it $60,000 shorting Zcash? The idea was there. Unfortunately, my execution was not. I lost like 60K. Then, because my invalidation level got hit and I had to close my trade, I respect my own rules. Then, we dumped shortly after. It was a Zcash short. And then a lot of members said, see, I didn't agree with your entry, but the idea was there. And Zcash dumped over 50%. So I promise you guys, I will get things wrong. I've done so before and I will again. But trading is a journey, right? And I make more money than I lose. And honestly, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Maria, thank you. Appreciate it. Congrats. Thank you, Dini. Thank you, Crypto King. When does your contract expire on the short? My short never expires. Darren Mitchell. You're a champ. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Abyss, thank you. Haru, thank you. Yasha, my man. Let's go. Oh, legends. In the bull market, we're going to be on stream for longer than this, and we're going to be longing just about everything. I'm just playing, but we will be longing a lot. Thank you, legends. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all. Let's do a quick recount. Oh, see, we only got 3 legends. Come on. 51 more likes. 51, and I promise I'll leave you guys alone. 51 more likes and I'll leave you alone. Go down here. Destroy that like button. I can see that the viewers are slowly fading away as well, which is just devastating because I think we had the bulk of the price action, the bulk of the fun. Oof. Hey bro, please answer. How can I join your community? First link in the description down below. Someone says $71,000. It's possible, man. Exactly, Yaz Shah, exactly. Macau 20, best community ever. Thank you. Thanks for the day. See you guys tomorrow. Darren Mitchell says, smash the like button so he can go to bed. Guys, we have to. Sick Flag is still here. Yes, sir. Tomorrow will be a video update. No live stream tomorrow, and Friday I might not post a video, so we gotta be We gotta break records before I can justify heading out. If I create an account on Bluffin using your coupon and deposit $1,000, will I really get $200? Good question. So this is the promotion that's currently ongoing with Bluffin. It's a 20% deposit bonus. The only thing that I'm not sure yet is if too many people signed up, because this is first come, first serve. This promotion has recently started, so it's highly likely that you will get it. But the way that it works is you get this bonus to trade with, which means if you don't use the bonus does expire. You have your own capital and you have the bonus. That's how these trading bonuses work. The bonus is to trade with. You should use it for trading. That is the second link in the description down below if you want to join on Bluffin. And you also get 25% off your trading fees if you're a new user to Bluffin. How about not liking the stream so he stays forever? I'd be devastated, guys. Come on. Rest up. Are you going to Spain? Relatively soon, my friend. Smash the like button 3 times. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Still here and been on since before you started. You are a legend. Chad Freeman, my man. My man. You're a real one. Thank you, 28 World. Love from India, brother. Thank you, man. When's your next long? So I would like to see us sweep the value area low here. That's what I'm eyeing. Value area low. That's the first level on my mind. Are we waiting for the Chinese stock market? We did it, guys. We stayed from stock market open to stock market close. And that was a pretty bearish close for the stock market. Let's not kid ourselves. Look at that. Pretty bearish close for the stock market. I think Bitcoin could experience probably more dumpage overnight. So maybe I need to stream while I sleep. So awesome that a lot of you guys stayed the whole way. Amazing. Is the 25% off trading fees always, or can this benefit? No. So the 25% trading fees, Legends, if you're already trading with me on Bluffin, unfortunately, this doesn't apply to you, the 25% fees. These bonuses do apply to you, and I can get, depending on how much capital you're trading with, if you're still trading with me on Bluffin, I can get you VIP 1, 2, or 3. We have some members in the group that are trading with a few $1,000,000, and I can automatically get them VIP 3, which really reduces the fees even more than VIP 2. But this is a trial. You can see here it's for 7 days. Normally, to get VIP 1 and 2, you need to trade a lot and you need to have a lot of capital. But now, just for the first 7 days, you can get access to it and see how you like it. That's the second link in the description down below, guys. Let's do a recap here. Oof. 34 more likes. 34 legends. And I could see the viewers are dropping. No! What if we don't make it? What if we don't make it? 34 likes is all we need. I think Bitcoin might roll here. Just snore Bitcoin levels and stream while you sleep. Sounds good, Remco. Let's do it. How do you not get drained? Oh, my man, I will get drained. So like, as you know, I've shared this before. I have a Whoop, and I wore it for a year, just for like training insights and sleep patterns and stuff. And after starting live streams, I decided to put it back on. Every time I do a long live stream, it doesn't matter how much sleep I get, the next day my recovery is piss poor. Like we're talking in the 40s, 30s. Even if I eat well, sleep well, you exert a lot of energy on the live streams, right? We're at 8.5 hours. So naturally, I'm going to just be exhausted tomorrow. I have to live with it, right? That's why we're doing a video update tomorrow. And that's that. Bro's smashing the carbs. I am intaking, ever since I did the live streams, I have been eating more carbs. That is true. That is true. If the daily candle closes like this for Bitcoin, it looks horrific. Bitcoin getting rejected again. Duffy Newman says he's watched the stream since I started at 7:45 a.m. New York time. Great job. Excellent content. Thank you for tuning in, my man. I appreciate you. Oof. Take that protein up. My protein is high. Very high. We're doing a quick refresh. Legends, 26 likes. 26 likes to beat the record of 1,060 likes on the longest live stream ever. The shorts are printing. All these trades are looking nice. Somehow, some way, the SpaceX long is still alive. But let's see. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets stopped out. Maybe we get another squeeze higher. Been here from the start. Rick Ty, I saw your comment as well. Liked. 1-0 England. Nice. Live streaming is energy consuming. Yeah. I mean, legends. Let's be real. Live streaming for 2 hours is exhausting. But you slowly build a tolerance for it. And I like to spend time with all of you. Christopher says he's been here since the start. Makes work fly by, having your live streams on the side, working, earning money, trading, earning money, all while getting the best possible education. Lovely, man. Awesome. Are you planning to buy SpaceX stocks for the long term? Also, what does long term mean? 5 years? That's a very good question. Long term for me, guys, is 10 years. I'm thinking way down the line. And my expectation with SpaceX, which we've discussed, is an initial pump after the launch because there's such little supply that we were always going to get a push up, similar to what happened with Tesla. But then afterwards, we actually dumped below the initial price. We dumped massively. And so after that dump, I will likely pick some up with a few $100,000 for my long-term spot portfolio, because I don't think it makes sense to bet against Elon, and this is going to be one for the future. But right now, I'm not buying. I'm just trading it. We are literally less than 20 likes away for an all-time record, Legends. 20 likes away. If you haven't already, just destroy that like button. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's read some comments. Where do you plan to buy SpaceX? Probably to buy the actual stock, probably through my bank. Kali compiler, what happened? I got some terrible news today, but this stream is helping me keep my head up. Hug your family, gents. It's all that matters. Oh, man. Kali, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, man. But I'm glad I can hopefully make you feel better through the stream. Haru22. What's the downside of holding shorts for too long? If your stop loss is at break even, there is no downside. Fees, maybe. Fees. But, you know, the thing with shorts is that once the price dumps, it really dumps in a bear market. Like, it really dumps. Stairs up, elevator down, as we've discussed, right? Bro, any entry for ETH? Nah. Nah. Can you talk about gold for a little? I mentioned gold in the previous live stream, right? And honestly, this trade, as far as I'm concerned, has played out. So the target for the long on gold was here, which we swept twice. We've been eyeing this for a while on the live stream, and if you guys were tuning in, I know that some of you mentioned that you took this long trade. This is a low, a significant low, that was going to get swept. And when price was here, we were talking about not entering any kind of swing until this low is swept. And we swept it. We swept the low. So this was a good long trade. It was a nice 8-9% move to the upside. Over the long term, I think gold will probably continue to go up. But this was the trade, right? This was the trade. I will remove my like to keep the stream going. Nah, man, you can't. You're hearing me sigh. We're getting cooked here. Legends. Don't toy with me. We need 12 more likes. 12. I'm going to go on my other YouTube accounts and start liking it. 12 more likes. Come on, legends. Destroy that like button if you haven't already. ETH is far from a scam. Question is, can it break all-time highs? In my opinion, I think it can. If ETH goes to the low 1000s and even below 1000, I will not hesitate to buy a massive Ethereum bag. I will not hesitate. But until then, is this the end of the relief rally? It could be. It could be. But I would be open to us sweeping liquidity to the downside. Which we have. Okay, we got some shorts jumping in. Still more longs. Let's look at the CVD. On the 5-minute, there looks to be bearish CVD divergence, but I don't look at the 5-minute really. Yeah, nothing here. Nothing here. Price is chugging along. Got some shorts jumping in, some longs coming back in here on the low here. We're between some two liquidity clusters, so there's not much alpha there. Mohammed Khalaf says that the China stock market opens in 5 hours. Do I stay live for the China stock market? Not a chance. Not a chance. We did it! Let's go! Let's go! Record live stream, record amount of likes. Amazing stuff, legends. The shorts are printing. Everything's looking good. And Alejandro, your wife helped me out with all the likes from all the YouTube accounts. I have to crush the records. I have to crush the records. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. And if you don't mind, I can't believe there's still 400 people watching, guys. Look, I have to say, structurally speaking, Bitcoin can hold on to this level. It's the level that we highlighted here. And so you can see that we have this wick and we're trying our best to hold on. But the next key pivot that I'm really eyeing is around this 63 level. Because 63,500 down to this zone coincides with the anchored VWAP from the pivot low. So keep your eyes on this level. I'm not overly eager to jump into a position after what seems like is going to be a very ugly daily candle. And remember, guys, with FOMC, what usually happens is when you rally into the FOMC, you get a dump after. When you dump into FOMC, you get a pump after. But we've rallied into FOMC. This has been a decent rally. Let's not ignore it. From the lows to the highs, we rallied 14%. So a little bit of chopping around here. If we can tap into this anchored VWAP, that's a scenario that I'm looking at. But if we were to sweep the lows again, it's also a scenario I'm looking at. So for now, I hold the shorts. For now, I hold the shorts, guys. Much love to everyone. Daniel Jesus, thank you for tuning in. The positivity is what drives me. Guys, Rick Ty, give me a break, man. No. All right, legends. So to give you a recap of the trades, we're in 4 trades right now. All these trades, as always, shared in the community. The Tau short is looking pretty decent here if Bitcoin can get some more downside momentum. We've had a pretty decent drop. 50K on Tau, 150K on Bitcoin, 50K on this other Bitcoin. And SpaceX, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm going to ride this one out until my stop loss is hit or this thing just keeps going up. So, not stressed about this. It was a small position. Legends, all of these trades, as you know, were shared in my group. And if you want to join my group for free, remember, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and you'll get access to all of my trades and my overall market analysis for free. You trade with your own capital. As long as you've signed up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below, you start trading on there, you're good to go. And with that, if you enjoyed the content, make sure to smash that like button. I've asked too many times for likes, but we have surpassed 1,000 likes. A record stream, FOMC, new Fed chair, predominantly hawkish. He's known to be hawkish, but at least he is pro-crypto. I think he's going to do the right thing for the markets. But smash that like button, subscribe, turn on that post notification bell. I hope everyone has a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. Tomorrow we have a video update for you. Friday, I will probably be nowhere to be found because I am traveling, but I'll update you in my community if you're in there. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next video.